been feeling sad, lost in bed, living in a painful way, in disarray. It's like every day was dark and grey. I'm just another one-stop cliche. It sucks to be that way, but I've got a plan. I'm gonna change direction, gonna claim this life as mine. And I'm just moving forward, I don't need perfection. Gonna try a redesign. Like a buttercup, all starts with a new haircut. But nothing's wrong today. Everything is looking right, okay. Taking everything in stride. The sun is shining in the sky. The birds are smiling, so am I. Kicking us in every way. Think this change is here to stay. It's feeling like a brand new day. I've been weak and lame, filled with shame, trapped inside the place I made. House of pain, but I finally saw what I became, beaten at my own damn game, and drunk loser Hall of Fame. But now I think there's time for me to make corrections, turn the ship around. Gotta look inside, a little introspection. I'm gonna meet my come around. But nothing's wrong today. Everything is looking right, okay. Taking everything in stride. The sun is shining in the sky. The birds are smiling, so am I. Kicking us in every way. Think this change is here to stay. It's feeling like a brand new day. I know I've failed so many times, drown all troubles in my mind. Paid everything at 100 proof, a skillful coward hides the truth. So every season gets the chance to change. Maybe all this self-destruction could be rearranged. You never know, I might just win, defeat the enemy within. Put a full stop on the train wreck that I've been. But nothing's wrong today. Everything is looking right, okay. Taking everything in stride. The sun is shining in the sky. The birds are smiling, so am I. Kicking us in every way. Think this change is here to stay. It's feeling like a brand new day. I've been feeling sad, lost in bed, living in a painful way, in disarray. It's like every day was dark and grey. I'm just another one-stop cliche. It sucks to be that way, but I've got a plan. I'm gonna change direction, gonna claim this life as mine. And I'm just moving forward, I don't need perfection.
Howdy, 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 and meowdy. Happy Sunday, catfish. I hope you're all having a fantastic start to your Sunday, morning, afternoon, evening. I'm having a pretty good Sunday myself. At least a start to my Sunday, because it is kind of the afternoon. Had some errands to run this morning. Errands went well, and now we are here. But it's been a nice Sunday so far. Nice, relaxing. Again, it's not hot out anymore, which is nice. The heat sucks. Not everybody hates the heat. A lot of people hate it. I especially hate the heat. But it's gone and we're good and I'm happy. No heat makes it easier to enjoy the weather. Proto froze briefly, but we're fine. But yes, we are, again, it is Final Fantasy XIV Sunday, and we are doing more of the Hildibrand quests. Because after all the depressing stuff we've been through, we deserve a comedy break, and it is absurd. Like, we haven't even finished the Realm Reborn quests of it, and it's just ridiculous, but it's fun. It's been chaos, it's been fun. I can't wait to finish the last of the Realm Reborn quests and then move on to Heaven's Word, which will be fun. I think we should be able to do the rest of ARR, then Heaven's Word, and maybe part of just the Stormblood quests, or all of them, depending on how long it takes. But it'll be fun. Don't really have too much to yap about today, so let us just get into the shenanigans. A pop and a pop. Glance over at OBS. Game capture. Pop. Probably move myself a little so I'm not just sitting on the corner of the screen. There we go. This is perfect. Pop. And here we are in our pajama-clad glory with our giant pokey stick. Yeah, my plan for October is to take all of my scheduled games we've been playing and just set them aside for the month and do nothing but spooky stuff, scary games, which will be fun. Which means we'll also be setting Final Fantasy XIV aside for the month to do scary games. I'm planning on playing Resident Evil 2 Remake. We're gonna pick up and play Resident Evil 3 Remake. I might grab one of the Silent Hill games to play, because those are classics. And I know I have some other scary games in my Steam library I can pick up, or not pick up, but play. And we'll just have a month of scary goodness. And I'm going to mod the hell out of Resident Evil 2 Remake to make it silly. I'm just gonna find the silliest mods I can to make it fun and crazy. But it'll be good. For now, though, it is time for shenanigans and nonsense. Those. And we talk to Ellie? Let's see. Right, I do need to replace these. Don't. Almost enough to get one more item. Shades of Sildy. I was wondering when you'd show up, Jennifer. I hope you haven't made any plans for the day because we got a situation on our hands. Remember our good friend the Phantom Thief? Well, it seems he's decided to branch out from burglary to cold-blooded murder. If the rumors are to be believed, he's claimed 3 victims already, all influential members of Uldan society. Mr. Many Faces has been kind enough to leave one of his signature calling cards at every scene, leaving no doubt as to the identity of the murderer. The message is always the same. The weight of 5 corpses will bring the scales of justice to balance. More riddles. Not that you'll hear me complaining. No. The only thing my readers like more than a good mystery is a good murder mystery. Ever since the story broke, the Mithril Eye has been selling like Pollen's cakes. The only rub is that it's left me no time to look into the thief's last message. Until now, that is. Shall we, Jennifer? The hidden treasure of Woldaw, was it? If there's anyone who can shed some light on this, it's you-know-who. 2 Sunsilk tapestries. And that is... Clue. Don't spend enough time here to know. Oh, right, it's there. I'm going the wrong way. Look at our fancy pokey stick. It looks so nice. Gotta let the NPCs load in. Well now, if it ain't my favorite adventurer, and my favorite Mithril Eye reporter along with her, tell me, what have I done to deserve the pleasure of your company today? I see. As much as I'd like to help 2 lovely ladies, I'm afraid you found old Wyman at a loss. Ulda has more than its fair share of treasures, hidden and otherwise. I reckon our phantom friend could be after just about any of them. I can tell you this much, though. Whatever the thief's got his eyes on, it's got the Sultan sworn in a right dither. Word has it they formed a regiment of their best and brightest to safeguard the royal vaults from his very threat. The Sultan sworn aren't like to be forthcoming with information, but it's the only lead we've got. Come on, Jennifer, I'd say it's time we paid a visit to the heart of the sworn. Oi, hold up there, Ellie. I ain't generally the worrying type, but you may want to think twice before getting yourselves involved in this. A man in my business develops a nose for danger, and this time the stench is something fierce. You're a reporter, Ellie, and a fine one at that. Don't put that pretty neck of yours at risk trying to play hero. Your concern is touching, but I can assure you that I am ready for whatever dangers lie ahead. Besides, being a reporter is about more than selling papers. I have a duty to seek out the truth and convey it to the people. Come, Pennifer, time is of the essence. That's all the way upstairs. I think for this section of quest there's only 5, and that ends the ARR section. So it shouldn't take too long for this bit. Halt. Only authorized personnel are allowed in. Thou'll bugger me with the broadsword. It's the Gentleman of Light's adventurer and companion, and that catty but cute reporter from the Mithril Eye. Well, if it isn't the self-styled warrior of light, tell me, what tall tales did you spin to the Sultan's foreign recruiter to land yourself in this position? Only the 12 was honest truth, miss. Seeing that Gentleman of Light standing tall and triumphant that day, it moved me to the depths of my soul, like I vowed to put aside my sketchy past and serve the realm just like my hero, Master Hildibrand. You shouldn't have that clown as a hero. The Sultan Sworn were impressed with my commitment and my sword arm, and they gladly welcomed me into their ranks. Wait, don't tell me. You've come to assist Master Hildibrand in his investigation, haven't you? Or why didn't you say so sooner? It's the least I could do to help the 2 ladies who united me with my role model. You'll be wanting to speak with Phyllis. She's one of the Sworn's best and something of a history buff, it'd seem. When she heard the thief was targeting the 4 relics of Belladia, she personally stepped forward and volunteered to lead the investigation. If anyone has the information you're looking for, it'd be her. Wait here while I get her. I can trust you not to touch anything. I don't know, I kinda like touching stuff. A pleasure to meet you, Phyllis. My name is Ellie from the Mithril Eye. As you may have heard, we are researching the Phantom Thief case and would appreciate any information that may shed a light on recent events. The pleasure is mine, Miss Ellie. And if I'm not mistaken, that would make your companion friend here one Pennifer Rose, yes? You know Pennifer? As any regular reader of the Mithril Eye would, I must confess to being something of an unabashed fan of your work. Though it hardly befits my station to say this, I was secretly hoping that you would show up to assist in the investigation. Doubtless the inspector, too, will also welcome a helping hand. Yay, the inspector I actually like. Sultan Sworn, the elite of Ulda's elite. I can only hope they prove more competent than the bungling mercenaries I've dealt with thus far. Inspector Briardine, always one step ahead of us. Miss Ellie, Pennifer, a moment if you would. Right there, very good. Now face me and don't move an ilm. Inspector, what's that in your... Demasking dust. A formula of my own devising that will allow us to see right through the thief's disguises. Analyzing the mask left behind at Vesper Bay, I was able to identify its composition and synthesize a counter agent that would dissolve the disguise whilst leaving the wearer's face intact. In any event, it would appear the two of you are indeed who you appear to be. Brilliant, Inspector. The phantom thieves pulled the wool over our eyes for the last time. I fear it won't be so simple. The ingredients necessary to produce the dust are exceedingly rare. Even with the entire resources of the Sultan Sworn at our disposal, we were only able to produce a limited supply. I see. Well, I suppose it's better than nothing. That said, have you been able to identify the thief's next target? A hidden treasure of Ul'dah, the last of the 4 lost relics of Belladia? I fear not. I've pored through the histories time and again, but the only mention of these 4 relics is a vague reference in an old prophecy. Most serious scholars consider it little more than a fairy tale. When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall descend in the righteous glare. The legend goes on to describe 4 sacred artifacts, one each possessed by these 4 Belladian heroes, but makes no mention as to their appearance or nature. Howdy, howdy, Key Energy. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a great Sunday. Three times I tried to identify the thief's target, and 3 times has he foiled us by making off with something else entirely. Needless speculation will only play to the fiend's strengths. All artifacts of Belladian origin have been sealed within the royal vault, and a regiment of our finest assigned to its protection. I have furnished all the guards with a supply of demasking dust and instructed them to be on the lookout for any suspicious personages. The blackguard will be in chains before he can lay a dirty hand on the vault doors, let alone the treasures within. You have our word, my lady. But there are even more disturbing matters at hand. Doubtless you have heard of the recent rash of murders perpetrated by our quarry. The Sultan Sworn have launched an investigation, but the truth of the matter is that we have been far too occupied with the defense of the vault to make any meaningful progress. We would be most grateful for any assistance you could offer. A lady asks, and a gentleman answers. Oh boy. Cast all worry from your heart, my lady. Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, has arrived to set right what is wrong and bring the wicked to justice. And this must be the demasking dust that is the talk of the palace. But you need not waste your supply on me, Inspector. I assure you that I am exactly who I claim to be. A shame, that. Inspector Hildibrand, we were not expecting you, but your services are most welcome. I will share all I know about the recent murders. Killer has claimed 3 victims thus far: the head of a publishing consortium, a high-ranking government official, and an influential scholar. Other than that they were all influential figures in their respective circles, we can identify no common threads connecting the 3. Oh ho! This will prove a most satisfying case to crack indeed. And what of the method of killing? Conked over the head of the cudgel? Gutted with a greatsword? Strangled with a subligar, mayhap? I'm afraid that we've identified no pattern. In any event, the murderer plots the deaths of 2 more even as we speak. We must take action and quickly. Understood, my lady. Clues may be scarce, but worry not. My realm-renowned powers of deduction are more than up to the task. I will see this burglar turned butcher delivered to justice. Your presence is heartening indeed, Inspector Hildibrand. Friends, please take this demasking dust with you. I fear we can spare but a single sachet, but I trust you will put it to good use. Why do I have to speak with the clown? I didn't ask to be part of the circus. Come to accompany me on yet another case, friend? I like your gusto. But if you're auditioning to be my assistant, I fear that role has already been filled most ably. Still, a gentleman welcomes the support of all of his admirers. I shall henceforth name you thusly, Pennifer, my ever-loyal associate. And now, my ever-loyal associate, the investigation calls. I propose that we begin by inspecting the site at which the most recent victim met his demise. My questioning about the palace has revealed that the scholar's body was found not far from the 80 Sins of Sasamo. Even the most circumspect of criminals cannot help but leave behind clues that will not elude my gaze. Friends, let us be off. Pray alert me should you see anyone suspicious, my ever-loyal associate. We must put Miss Felice's demasking dust to good use. I have no clue where this is. Oh, it's out there, so I'll just head here. Okay, right out here. Making good progress. This quest didn't take us too long. Flowers. Yes, it is all becoming clear now. Our phantom killer is a florist who, in his hurry to escape, carelessly mislaid his wares. Just what do you think you're doing? I'm the one who put those flowers there, To honor the memory of me poor boy, ye dare defile his memory, 1,000 pardons, my lady. Please accept my most sincere condolences on your loss. I am Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire. I swear to you on my own dear mother's name that your son's killer will be brought to justice. As I was just saying, these flowers are clearly placed here by the family of the deceased, which can only mean... Leave this place. Run away while you still can. Run far, far away. Run, or he'll turn you into a zombie, just like my poor boy. A living person turned into a zombie? Nonsense. Not nonsense, my boy. History. Or have you not heard of the horrors of Sildi? Aye, Ulda's sibling nation against which we waged war centuries ago. Much blood was shed by both sides, aye, but I speak of far greater horrors than death. An unholy draught brewed by a Sodine alchemist, one with the power to turn the living to the undead, that his nation might command an army of mindless, deathless soldiers. The traitor's spurn. They turned my boy into a heap of rotten flesh and ran him through. But you won't hear that from the Sultan sworn. Thal alone knows why, but they whisked the body away before I could so much as pay my last respects. The traitor's spurn. I'd heard the stories, but I never thought them true. To be able to procure such a frightening thing, just who are we dealing with here? A Sodine, I'm sure of it. Aye, only a Sodine would know the recipe. Oh, didn't mean to skip through that. But the last remnants of Sildee died 4 centuries ago, you say? Hee 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 ha 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 ha. Oh, they did. They did. He calls himself the Phantom Thief, he does. But did it ever occur to you that he might be an honest-to-God's phantom? Heard the tales from my own great-great-grandma, I did, about the 4 relics of Balladia, and the powers they hold, the power to exact justice. A spectre of Sildee has returned to wreak vengeance on us. Woe, woe unto us all. Have the 4 warriors of light forsaken us? My dear boy, if only you'd become a traitor like your father, if only you'd kept your nose out of those history books, and never so much breathed the accursed name of Sildee. But you did, and now we're doomed. 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 This lady is insane. That bleeding whoreson's here somewhere. I could feel it in me follicles. The most potent hair tonic the realm has ever seen. Aye, that it was. For all of a fortnight, afore my flowing locks fell out all over again, and just as I was chatting up a lovely young lass at the quickstand, just to twist the knife in an extra ilm. Mountebank, charlatan! I'll find that so-called inspector and his sorry band and pull every last strand of hair from their bleeding skulls. You're not touching my hair. I will gut you if you even think about touching my hair. It's all becoming clear to me now. That dear old woman's testimony has confirmed that which I had suspected from the start. Like a zombie picking away at its rotted flesh, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has peeled away the foul scab of uncertainty to reveal the truth within. Open your ears and feast your minds on the fruits of my flawless deduction. Our phantom thief is a phantom indeed. A wayward spirit caught between the realm of the living and dead for nigh on centuries since meeting a tragic end in the battlefield. As such, our course of action is clear. We must placate this tortured soul that it might abandon its vengeful vendetta and travel to the next life in peace. But what is the true nature of the spectre's grievances? Without this knowledge, we cannot hope to assuage its rancor. Let us begin our search at the Thaumaturge's Guild. Doubtless the tomes there contain a wealth of knowledge on the ill blood between the sibling nations. Notwithstanding the abject stupidity of everything else that came out of your mouth, some knowledge of Sildee might serve as well. Go research as you will, and do take as much time as you need. You can count on me, Inspector Briardine. Whatever knowledge is to be gleaned at the guild, it shall not escape my inspector's eye. Oh, you are not going to learn a single thing. how I see this playing out is I'm going to learn a bunch of things, you're going to claim credit for what I've learned, and I'm going to be exasperated. Again. That's how it always plays out. I learn something or I discover something, you claim credit for what I've discovered, and you say something stupid again. Gods be good. You're the adventurer who saved me back at the ruins. Researching the ancient feud between Uldal and Suli, are you? Why, I'm pleased to say I have more than a passing familiarity with ancient history. To understand the history of the sibling nations, one must go back further still, to the birth of their mother nation, Palladia. The fifth astral era was an age of untold wonders, when the arcane arts burgeoned and the great civilizations that commanded such powers flourished. This age of enlightenment would not last, however. Power bred avarice, and avarice bred resentment. It culminated in the War of the Magi, which brought the great floods of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, which in turn swallowed once proud nations and left a battered wasteland in its wake. Mages were reviled and persecuted for having caused this catastrophe, with many forced to leave their homelands or face death. It was a small band of those survivors that found their way to Thanalan, where they would found the nation of Palladia, some 8 centuries agone. Welcome, and thank you for the follow. It's always appreciated. Imagine a government of mages, by mages, and for mages. What wonders might have been wrought had Palladian civilization survived to this very day. Alas, this was not to be. Okay, I have sound alerts up. Sound alerts might not have gone off then, which is kind of annoying, but it's fine. Or it did go off and I didn't hear it. Greetings, traveler. You would learn of the war between Ul'dah and the fallen Sultan of Sildi. It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. The two city-states coexisted for several generations until the bad blood between them boiled over, culminating in outright war. As you might deduce from the present state of affairs, Ul'dah emerged victorious, leaving its once proud sibling nation in smoldering ruins. As the histories tell it, battles fought between the sister nations were the stuff of nightmares. In a desperate attempt to overcome Uldah's superior numbers, Sildene alchemists developed a most horrific stratagem. Employing a frightful formula known as the Traitor Spurn, they brought their fallen warriors back as undead soldiers. Some theories have it that they even employed the potion on those of the living who were too weak or too wounded to fight. Sends shivers up the spine just thinking about it, no? It truly is a crowning glory of our fair nation that our forebears were able to emerge victorious against these horrors. Fact, let's see, sound alerts, advanced properties. It is monitoring and outputting. Let's see, who do I talk to next? What's that, you say?
Lizard.
Lizard? You seek knowledge of the bad blood between Ul'dah and Sildi? I suppose I can spare a moment or two. But take good notes, I'm not fond of repeating myself. 2 scales, one of gold and one of silver. The gold of Ul'dah, weighing prosperity and power. The silver of Sildi, weighing knowledge and power. But the power sought by the two nations differed greatly, yes, greatly indeed. The power wrought by Ul'dah in prosperity was that of justice and good, While the power wrought by Sildine knowledge was horrific beyond belief, the power to rip the living soul out of a man and render him a mindless killing machine. On this matter, the histories are clear. But riddle me this, my friend. Who writes the histories, and what does this say of the words writ within? Yes, truth can be elusive and fickle as the shifting sands. As one example, did you know in the war against the Sildi, Ul'dan and Amalja warriors fought side by side? Likely you did not. Neither did I until I encountered a faded passage in an ancient text buried deep in our archives. And yet, in the histories read by the populace, we will see no mention of this most fascinating fact. Might it be that someone, at some time, deemed this particular truth less than inconvenient? But I have said enough already. You have indeed said a lot, and it has been informative. Like, I love the lizard meme so much that I just have this it's on such a low cooldown.
Lizard.
So like I'm happy to let people spam it. That's why it's on such a low cooldown and it costs so little. It brings me great joy.
Lizard.
Lizard? You don't say. It's not every day someone comes to our halls to research Sodi. As a fellow student of history, though, I more than welcome the conversation. The Ladian civilization flourished in relative peace until twin sons were born to the royal family. The two were fierce rivals, and when they came of age and their father passed, each one claimed that he was the rightful heir to the throne. And either son willing to relinquish his claim, they agreed to split their kingdom in two, forming the twin nations of Ul'dah and Sildi. But not unlike the two proud princes, the sibling nations developed a penchant for rivalry. My ever-loyal associate, tell me, what have you learned from your questioning of the scholars in these halls? Indeed. As it happens, I have learned much the same. Sure you did. Let us take a moment to review and allow my peerless powers of deduction to work their magic. A war of succession divides the great civilizations of Belladia, giving rise to the sibling nations of Ul'dah and Sildi. The two nations coexist for some generations until ill blood boils over, culminating in outright war. Daunted by Ul'dah's superior military might, Sildi employs their advanced alchemical knowledge to horrific ends, transforming their own citizens, alive and dead, into a fearsome undead legion. Yes, I believe I have it. The facts at hand have led me to one unassailable conclusion. Our phantom thief is a descendant of doomed Sildi, who seeks vengeance against those who reduced his countrymen to slavering zombies. To pacify his soul and send him peacefully to the next world, there is but one course of action. We must find the Sildine statesman who conceived this dreadful stratagem, and have him apologize to the thief in person for the suffering he has wrought. Brilliant plan. Perhaps you'd like to go find yourself a shovel and dig this statesman out of his grave yourself. Leaving aside this nonsense of spirits and specters, it appears increasingly likely that our quarry shares some link to Sildi. His garish garb is no doubt meant to evoke the silver scales of the fallen Sultanate. This Sildine connection would also serve to explain the rare knowledge of Belladian relics our thief clearly possesses. But what of the murder victims? What common thread amongst them could have incurred the ire of our adversary? A few people in town spoke of a man sighted calling upon the victims in the past days. Those who saw him said he had a most frightened air about him. Wait. Yes, it's coming to me. Of course. My keen investigative senses ring out with a voice loud and clear. This man Miss Ellie speaks of just might know something. You really should stop thinking so hard. You're like to strain a brain muscle. Miss Ellie, who is this man and where might we find him? My sources identified the man as Gugaria, a traveling merchant known to frequent Horizon. Shall we pay him a visit? Let's see, we can teleport, but honestly, let's just take our mount. We can go for a little fly through the rain. Yes? If you've got business, make it quick. My time's too valuable to waste chatting with every stranger who passes by. Forgive us, good sir. My name is Ellie, a reporter with the mithril eye, never blinking, all-seeing, you know the rest. I was wondering if we could trouble you with just a few questions. Was it for love or money that you killed them? Yes, you, the thief of many faces. Huh? Me? A thief? What is this nonsense? I don't know who you are, but I ain't got the time or patience for this mummery. Now, if you'll excuse me, an important client awaits. I thought I recognized that voice. Lady Geralda. Well met indeed. Pray tell, whatever brings you to these environs this fair evening? Why, I live here, you ham-headed half-wit. Inspector Briardine, this is an unexpected pleasure. Do you have some business with my associate here, pray tell? Gugaria, we can discuss business after. Pray lend the inspector here, the handsome one, whatever assistance he requires. But, Lady Geralda, what about... yes, my dear Maria's name day present. I had in mind one of the prize pieces from Esteem's latest seasonal collection. You would be able to procure one for me, yes? Or shall I eliminate the middleman and make the trip to Ul'dah myself? I'll say just once more, Gugaria. I expect you to give the inspector and his companions your full assistance. They, yes, even the stupid one, helped me regain something truly priceless. Yes, something more valuable than any mere trinket. Alright, I'll tell you what I know, but you didn't hear it from me. Got it? I was looking into the killing on behalf of a client of mine. The thief's got himself some of that zombie dust, Traitor Spurn, was it? And his cards speak of 5 victims. It got me to thinking. Sildi, 5 victims, the Arbiters of Truth. The Arbiters of Truth? I'm not familiar with the name. If you would be, on account of them being something of a secret society and all. Influential personages of the Sultanate, you see, working from the shadows to keep false knowledge about the old Sildi conflict from reaching the ears of folk like you and me. False knowledge? Pray tell, just what sort of knowledge that might be. False. Don't make me say no more. I've got a family to feed. Very well. Just tell us one last thing. Who hired you and where can we find him? Hob. His name's Hob. When he heard what I said, he told me that he was going to set sail for Limsa with his 5 best cell swords to guard his back. Said there were many prying eyes at the airship docks. Said he had a private ship docked and waited for him at Vesper Bay, but remember, you didn't hear none of this from me. This man Hob must be one of the killer's targets. Doubtless he also knows the identity of the remaining one. I doubt that. They say the arbiters are so secretive they don't even know each other's true identities. Now, don't ask me how that all works, but Hobbs got a high-ranking friend in the Brass Blades. Once he heard the victims had all been zombified, he panicked. Guess he knew that he'd be next. Thank you very much, my kind sir. Once again, the ancient Manderville art of parley has procured for us a key morsel of knowledge. Let us seek out this hob fellow and see what he can share with us. And let us hurry. The man's life is in danger even as we speak. Poor merchant. Nobody deserves to deal with Hildibrand. I fear his stupidity is contagious. Well, something tells me this is the guy we're looking for. Master Hob, is everything quite all right? No, stand back, Ellie. Hunger. I hunger for your brains. Damn, there's no saving the man. Pennifer, do what you must. Yes, my first-hand knowledge of zombies tells me this particular shade of green is unmistakably that of the undead. Would seem we were a few moments late to the scene. A message. And then there was one. There it is again. Something the matter, Inspector? Indeed, Nashu, there is. Ever since I picked up the trail of the Phantom Thief, I've had this fleeting sense. A sense that someone, or something, is watching us. The thief might be close at hand. We should be careful. For the moment, let us return and report our findings to Miss Phyllis. Secret society or no, knowing the identities of its members may yet lead us to the final victim. I, too, had best return to the Mithril Eye. Let's meet up again after. I'll see what new clues I can uncover in the meantime. You will do nothing of the sort, Miss Ellie. These streets are far too dangerous for you to walk alone. Inspector, I'll go with her. If you insist, Nashu, then I give my leave. But pray be wary. Not just of the thief, but of Miss Ellie. She has quite the temper, as we both know. Miss Ellie, there's something I must tell you when this case is over. Be safe, and promise me that you will not attempt anything rash, as you did that time when the fiends took aim at my own life. Your life, Inspect? At Costa del Sol. Yes, that was quite the ordeal, wasn't it? I'll be careful, I promise. I eagerly await the day when I may hear what it is you would share with me. A secret vow? Oh ho! Consider my interest piqued as well, good Inspector. Now let us be off. Miss Felice awaits our report. Mm-hmm. Fourth victim? They'll have mercy. Were you able to glean aught of a connection to the other victims? The arbiters of truth? No, it cannot be. Somebody help! Miss Ellie? The voice came from the direction of the vault. We must hurry. Miss Ellie, are you hurt? That man, I only thought to ask him a few questions. Before I knew what was happening, he was upon me. I could only bash his brains with a conveniently placed bottle of meat, it would seem. Haha. Remind me not to get on your bad side, Miss Ellie. That said, is Nashu not with you? She saw a figure lurking in the shadows and went off in pursuit before I could stop her. This man wears the armor of a sultan's sworn squire, yet his face is unfamiliar to me. Something is amiss. Thief of many faces? To think we would find our man like this. Twice and again did the fiend elude our grasp, but no more. By virtue of a gentleman's ingenious deductions and a lady's pugilistic puissance, I declare this case closed. I return the sachet to you, Miss Felice. The gesture was appreciated. In the end, it proved superfluous to my cracking of the case. While you're at it, is there anything else of immense value that you'd like to wantonly destroy? What? What is the meaning of this? Ingenious. A double disguise, planted by the thief to throw us off his trail, no doubt. This is GIGI, one of my most capable men. I assigned him to guard the vault and outfitted him with an ample supply of demasking dust. It is inconceivable that the thief could so easily elude his grasp. Unless the thief was not wearing a mask? Speaking of which, has anyone seen Miss Ellie? No, that's impossible. Of course, it all makes perfect sense. The Phantom Thief to thank for her burgeoning readership and rise through the ranks at the Mithril Eye, Miss Ellie could not bear to face the possibility of her story of a lifetime coming to an end. Thus, she hatched a plan to... No, that's stupid. My lady, the vault has been breached. The wise man's whisper. It's gone. For her foul crimes against the Sultanate, I hereby declare Ellie of the Mithril Eye, the thief of many faces and enemy of the state. Deploy all troops and do not rest until she is in custody. And now the game is truly afoot. Who's this guy? Oh, it's Greg. Ah, what is the meaning of all this racket and rumpus? And just as we were about to make our triumphant return, isn't that so, Enkidu? Miss Ellie, Miss Ellie. That shadow you said you saw, I think it was just a dormouse. To think he'd literally stumble face first onto the second mask. His good fortune truly knows no end. But not to worry. Yes, I dare say the Phantom Thief has another trick or two up his sleeve. Ever loyal associate, we must find Miss Ellie and quickly. Surely, if confronted by her constant companions, she could still be convinced to abandon this fool plan. Oh ho, Miss Phyllis, I thought you had already departed in the company of your men. But all for the better. Shall we conduct the search together? I fear that would only put them at greater risk. You see, the fifth and final member of the Arbiters of Truth, Phantom Thief's target, is none other than... Hildibrand Mander? No. Me. Mind you, it is not a role I sought of my own accord. My name and my passion for history are somewhat well known in the Sultanate. One day, I received an anonymous letter stating that a position in the committee had opened and I had been chosen to fill it. The letter went on to enumerate my duties to prevent the spread of historical lies that would sully the name of our illustrious nation. As a high-ranking officer in the Sultan Sworn, I was deemed to be in a particularly unique position to serve as an arbiter. I knew that there were other members of the organization, but was told nothing of their names or identities. To think that my unknown compatriots were the victims all along. I cannot put any more lives in danger. I will sequester myself in a place where my presence can cause no harm until such time as the killer is apprehended. Your concern for our well-being is most touching, Miss Phyllis, but there is no need for such caution. As a seasoned inspector, I'm more than capable of protecting a lady in distress. And as a gentleman, that's exactly what I shall do. My associates here also stand at your side. Speaking of which, has anyone seen my loyal assistant? Inspector, over here. Ah, there you are, Nashu. You really shouldn't run off on your own like that. I was worried sick about you. I'm sorry, Inspector. Miss Ellie said she saw somebody in the shadows, so I went to take a look. Now, there wasn't anything there but the dormouse, but it was a really cute dormouse, you see? It just kept squeaking and scurrying away, and I just... Pardon me for a moment, Nashu. Yes, my inspector's sense speaks to me. Someone is watching us. Pennifer, let us split up and canvass our surroundings. Water-stained letter lies conspicuously on the floor. Be wary and be warned. Trust no one, and your friends all the less. This will avail you well. Use it wisely. You obtain a sachet of demasking dust, and the next instant you feel an intimidating presence behind you. Oh, whoa? Oh, it's Godbert. Ho ho ho. If it isn't my beloved son's staunch companion, the mighty Pennifer. I was in the area on the matter of business, which I curtailed when I felt a suspicious presence from the shadows. Pursuing it led me here. Mayhap it is the same for you? Yeah, I don't want to stand too close to the guy. Oh ho! So your pursuit of the thief of many faces has taken quite the unexpected turn. And now you have come upon a series of anonymous letters? Mayhap our watcher in the shadows is a friend. Or is this but another trap laid by the fiend? Yes, the plot thickens like a dollop of salamander oil. In either event, I dare say the circumstances call for utmost caution. Thief could be anywhere, anyone, myself excluded, of course. No mere mask could replicate the physique of this Manderville man. True. That said, I fear my dear Hildy may be in a bit over his head this time. Allow me to assist in your investigation. Were anything to happen to Hildibrand, his dear mother would, not be pleased. And honestly, I'm happy to have him help. He's actually smart and not going to contaminate me with excess stupidity. If the sender speaks true, the villain even now lurks within our midst. And yet we have but a single sachet of demasking dust at our disposal. We must identify the imposter beyond a reasonable doubt before we proceed. You know the players better than I, Pennifer. What say you have a few words with each of them and see if aught seems amiss? Am I doomed to share the same fate as the others? I'd sooner die than become one of those things. Miss Ellie is the Phantom Thief. It is the only logical conclusion. And yet, I cannot help but feel that another truth still evades us. Inspector Bryadine told me all about it. Who'd have thunk that Miss Ellie was the Phantom Thief all this time? She sure fooled me. Okay, these quests are going kind of quick. That's good. Nothing particularly odd about any of them, you say? It stands to reason. The Fiend would not take such a risk if he were not utterly confident that he could pull off the ruse. Curses. This one's not half the fool his son is. I must elude him, and quickly. Time is of the essence. I questioned the Sultan sworn outside. To a man, they insist they have seen naught of Miss Ellie. Wherever could she have gone? Father, what brings you here? Yes, finally the pieces are coming together. Now, if she would kindly stand still and shut up, the Fiend already stands among us. Ayo, Amogus, among us? We getting sus? Inspector Briardine, I should hope you're not doubting me. Well, I'm quite convinced that even a master impersonator would struggle to recreate your particular brand of idiocy. The fact remains that anyone here who has spent even a moment alone must be considered a suspect. The thief has proven to be highly efficient at assuming new identities. An astute observation, my gangly friend. I'd say this occasion calls for a dose or two of the powder Pennifer here found earlier. There wouldn't happen to be another sachet or two lying about, would there? What remains of our supply has already been distributed to the search party, but worry not. They should be reporting back within a bell's time. Ha, time might be against me, but just you watch. I'll wiggle my way out of this and turn you into the reeking, drooling corpse you deserve to be. I fear that is more time than we can afford, Miss Fleece. Fortunately, my powers of deduction will lay the Fiend's face bare within minutes. We know that, given the choice, the thief prefers to impersonate familiar personages. As Miss Ellie has had only passing interactions with my dear father, we can safely eliminate him from consideration. That leaves myself, Nashu, and Pennifer here. Nashu and I, in particular, have had a close and extended relationship with our suspect. I shall begin by questioning mine own assistant. I assure you that none know her better than I. Brilliant reasoning as ever, Inspector. Go on, ask me anything. All the times for this overstuffed buffoon to start talking sense. If he asked me anything too obscure, my cover is as good as blown. My relationship with Nashu is so close, I dare say at times it is as if we share a mind. If this Nashu is truly my ever-loyal assistant, she should have no trouble completing my thoughts. I'm a Manderville man. Doing what only a Manderville can. From the peaks of Curthis to Thanaland, Manderville. Man, you're the best, Inspector. A perfect score. You may rest easy, dear friends. This is unmistakably, unequivocally, indubitably the true Nashu. I've never loved you more than now, you marvelous muttonhead, you. Nashu, is something the matter? Just because you've picked up a few more wrinkles beneath the eyes, there's no need to avert that charming face of yours. Wrinkles? Wrinkles? Look who's talking, you crusty crustiness old... Genius Inspector? Oh, someone gave themselves away. The charade is up, Miss Ellie. Don't look at me. Miss Ellie, you look somehow different. That's probably not the real Miss Ellie. Yes, 2 more quests, and then we move on to the Heavensward ones, which will be fun. Seven Hells, done in by a muscle-bound muttonhead and his motley troop of mummers. Just who are you? Your resemblance to Miss Ellie is most uncanny, and yet... Consulting Inspector Briardine, once again you failed to measure up to your lofty reputation. Of course we resemble each other. Ellie is, after all, my own flesh and blood, my beloved sister and my eminently capable partner in crime. 1,000 faces I may wear, but only one name do I bear. You can call me Ceci. Charmed, I'm sure. Are you quite alright? Why, you look as if you've seen a ghost. Despite my moniker, I can assure you that Ellie and I are no specters. What we are, mind you, are the last living scions of a Soldian aristocracy. Bemused, are you? Befuddled to find 2 sisters behind the mask? Try using your brains once in a while. Every time you encountered the thief, Ellie was standing right in your midst. Oh, the thief that 4 times stole the show, oh, and those priceless relics, was me. Meanwhile, Ellie hid in plain sight, supplying me with just the knowledge I needed to stay one step ahead of my pursuers, all while spinning the hair-raising tales of my exploits that won the hearts of this nation. We owe a lot to you, truly. Why, without the tales of your hapless attempts to catch me, we never could have risen to these heights of celebrity. Miss Ceci. From a gentleman to a lady, I would ask you one thing and one thing only. Just what is it that you and Miss Ellie hope to accomplish with all of your schemes? Justice. 400 years ago, Uldan dogs reduced our great nation to a nation of zombies. At long last, the cowards that would still justify these foul deeds will suffer the same fate. Wait. Histories say that it was Sildi that turned their own men into zombies. Histories lie, and you work from the shadows, silencing those who would speak the truth. You should have died with your fellows, false arbiter. It was Ulda that ordered the creation of that dreadful powder, and wielded it as a weapon against our proud ancestors. The history of your glorious sultanate is built on a lie. What is this madness you speak, woman? Not madness, truth. The powder in my possession was stolen from the Uldan army 4 centuries ago by one of my ancestors. They say it was his final act of courage in the moments before his leg fell off and his rotting head dropped from his shoulders. This is the truth that the histories don't tell. The truth that this doe-eyed sultan sworn would kill to keep buried deep in the sands of Thanalan. But your time of reckoning is nigh. Oh yes. Before long, you and everyone in this rotten nation will know firsthand the horrors my ancestors knew. And just what do you mean by that? Oh, how the idiots lap up the stories. A masked crusader for justice. A dashing rebel waging a battle against the power and authority. Oh, if only they knew. But they will see soon enough when they're eating each other's brains out on the streets. In the last days before our proud nation was razed to the ground, a band of the final survivors stole a vast quantity of the powder from the Ul'dan vaults, hiding it away in a secret vault sealed with powerful magics. The sole means by which the vault may be opened? By assembling 4 secret relics from Balladia, 4 relics once housed in the royal palace of Sodi, before the Ul'dan dogs stole them and claimed them for their own. And so it dawns upon you at last. Yes, even as we speak, Ellie makes for the vault, the 4 relics safely in hand. Just think. One day, you'll be able to tell your grandchildren you were there when zombie powder rained down on Ula. No, wait. You'll all be dead. Ha 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 ha. Preposterous. I don't know, that sounds like a good plan. Feasible plan. But first, you, my dear, you will not even have the pleasure of looking upon the last moments of your precious homeland. Let your flesh rot like all of your rotten lies. I think not, Miss Ceci. Hildibrand. You idiot. Just for once, could you not get in the way? Godbert Manderville, I can't even trust your sorry arse to look after him for a day. Ow. I knew it. That presence watching over us from the shadows. It was you, my dear wife. Ow. That's gotta hurt. Am I to understand that you are Hildibrand's mother? Run away, Greg. Wanna run away. Aye, this is more like it. Hand to hand, skillet to skillet. It's enough to send a warrior's pulse racing. Prepare yourself, Pennifer. The time of our final confrontation is nigh. I knew that was gonna happen. Do you have potatoes for brains, you overstuffed buffoon? My beloved boy's been turned into a stinking corpse, if you haven't bloody noticed. You, Pennifer or something, was it? Please don't smack me with the hammer. Or skillet. Hildy's told me all about your hijinks together. Pleased to meet ye. My dear boy's always had a bit of a rebellious streak. What can I say? I can come on a bit too strong at times. But can you blame me? This time I thought I'd sit back and leave things to my sorry arse husband here, and look what that got me. You'll help me out, won't you? Um, yeah, we're absolutely gonna help out. I don't want to get smacked with a skillet. That's gotta hurt. I mean, yes, like I've gone to the ends of the universe and back. I have fought things you can't comprehend, and I still don't want to face a woman with a skillet. A mother, if you will. Reunited with my dear boy for the first time in ages, and just look at him. He's green. Fortunately, there's still time to reverse the zombie curse, and I know just the remedy. A phial of holy water. The ingredients are simple. A tatter of oversoul rags and a phial of twice distilled water. Synth God at the market stocks the former, and the latter you can procure from a trader by the name of Guest. Now hurry. Once the poison spreads throughout his veins, no antidote will save him. In the meantime, I will search for the bumbler's bumbling assistant. With any luck, Miss Nashu is still alive. Ouch, that's smart. Ye gads, Hildy, you're looking none too hardy yourself. No thanks to you, you bumbling oaf. Now, are you going to accompany Pennifer here and make yourself useful, or do I have to reintroduce you to that wall? But of course, milady. Gilgamesh is ever at your service. Since God's sundries, was it? Come now, Pennifer, there is work to be done. I would personally, myself, not like to be introduced to the wall. All the places to be introduced. Let's not make it a wall. Oh, we need rags, we need water. Oversoul rag, you say? I fear that I've only got only a single tatter left in stock and has already been spoken for. But my good man, you must reconsider. My dear friend's life, and quite possibly mine own as well, hangs in the balance. I sympathize with your plight, friend, but a man has to make a living. I've been promised a copious supply of rare chimera membrane for these rags. Unless you can offer me the same, no deal. Gah, can you expect us to be able to summon such a rarity out of nowhere at a moment's notice? Well, look what we have here. If it isn't the Warrior of Light from the Colosseum. Funny who you meet at the markets. Oh, it's you two lovely ladies. As it happens, I just returned from my training and the slaying of 10 chimeras. Just happened to be my task for the day. If it's chimera membrane you seek, you're more than welcome to a share. My lady, you are far too kind. Don't mention it. If it hadn't been for Inspector Hildibrand and Pennifer here, I'd still be tag teaming with that slimy beast and cheating my way to fame and fortune. And I'm a woman who pays her debts. Well, you are quite kind, my lady. That'll take me if that wasn't a Vila the Tempest. Ever since she confessed to her trickery and started climbing back up from the bottom of the ranks, I've been proud to call myself one of her biggest fans. Why, I've half a mind to give you the rags you seek simply for the privilege of meeting her. A kind sentiment, my good man, but we are more than happy to uphold our side of the bargain, aren't we, Panifer? And with this, our task here is done. Now, let us find this traitor named Guest. Yeah, I'm a fair woman who pays her debts. So, okie dokie, we can take the mini aetheryte. Thundering mandrill boar's on his last leg. Do you need something of mine to save him, you say? Perhaps you can give me a good reason why I should care. Those bloody mandrills are richer than the traders themselves, yet they have the audacity to haggle me down to the last gill for every purchase. If its family line ended today, I'd be a happier and wealthy man. Now, I believe the ballroom calls. Good day to you, and do pass along my condolences to the grieving parents. Have you not a shred of honor or compassion in that spindly body? Business rival or no, the man is on death's doorstep. After the events of that day, my father will not so easily forgive and forget. But it matters not to me, no. My love for you is as deep as the seven seas. I beg of you, milady, may I have this dance? Oh, hello, you guys. I remember you. Jennifer, what a lovely surprise. Are you here for the ball, perchance? Heavens, the poor inspector. Well, if it isn't the Lapis Maiden in the flesh, what say you bid farewell to preening galops and scruffy adventurers and share a dance with a cultured gentleman befitting your great beauty? Why, it would be a pleasure and an honor both, my lord. Provided you first provide my good friend Pennifer with a bottle of choice distilled water that she seeks. Hoo-hoo. Glad we're making good friends. You know this woman? Ah, if that is a price you would set, then so be it. Take it. It's barely worth its weight in gold anyway. Now, shall we, Miss Arabella? That was easy. It's actually really easy. I didn't have to pay anything. I knew Hildy to be a worthy rival, but to think he was this beloved by so many. Clearly, this realm would deeply mourn his loss. Quickly, Pennifer, let us deliver these goods while there is still time to save him. Okay, so this quest also went fairly quickly. We're, what, hour and a half in? We've been playing for about an hour 20 minutes, and we're about to be on the last of these quests. We're making good time. I trusted too you wouldn't dare to come back empty-handed. Yeah, of course not. I don't want to get cratered into the ground. Bloody brilliant. I'd take you over my muscle-headed half-wit of a husband any day. Now, stand back and let me show you some real Manderville home cooking. Thal, you bloody bugger, guide my skillets. That should stop its spread. Now it's up to Hildy to flush what's left out of his system. Don't worry, he's my son after all. I reckon he's still got some fight left in him. Look who I found. She was slumbering obliviously in a rubbish-strewn corner of Pearl Lane. Boy, did that nap feel good. Yes, I'm sure it did. Pennifer, word has it that Ellie has been sighted at the Sildine ruins. We must go there with all haste. You've done well by my dear boy today. Don't worry, I'll handle things from here. There's a nice warm bed for him, and I think I know a few specialists who might know a thing or two about his condition. What in the seven hells are you standing around for? The future of Ulda's at stake. Pennifer, my strength is yours as well, for Ulda and for our friend Hildy. You remind me of my husband, what with you having more muscles than sense. If you're so keen on making yourself useful, why don't you run to the markets and bring me some fire crystals? Keeping my dear boy warm is the key to fighting off the zombification. Let's see, I believe 20 crates or so should suffice. I am a warrior, not an yes, my lady. Yeah, you can't say no to her. She's just gonna crater you again. I say, Enkidu, the burden we must bear simply to secure my long-awaited final confrontation with Pennifer. That said, the events of today have given me cause to reflect. Pennifer and Hildy both. Oh, to be blessed with such veritable legions of friends tried and true. But alas, not I, no. Only one true friend have I ever known, and she is long lost to me. You are a fine bird, and have given me great comfort in my travels, but you will never be Enkidu, my one and true companion. Oh, my friend, were you here with me, even Pennifer could not stand against our combined might. Oh, Enkidu, wherever you may wander, hear my words and return here to my side. Enkidu, do you hear me? Enkidu! Hope he finds his bird. Ye gads, what was that flash from the heavens? It nearly blinded me, and what? The crystals, where have they gone? Fancy meeting you here, old friend. That voice, could it be? My faithful companion, why must you always make me wait so? Ooh, I got a pose and other goodies. What are you doing dilly-dallying around here? Let me jog your memory. There's a moonsick Mal digging around at the Sildine excavation site with her mind set on turning Ulda into the land of the walking dead. Your concern for Hildy is most touching, but don't you worry. Mommy dearest isn't going to let her beloved son kick the buckets that easy. That's the spirit. Let's go here. We've managed to track down Miss Ellie just up ahead, where your friends watch over her as we speak. Yet no matter how many times we try to reach out to her, she refuses to so much as answer. Needless to say, we considered physically incapacitating her, but that crate she's sitting on isn't just a makeshift chair. It's filled to the brim with the traitor's sperm. One misstep, and the consequences could be dire indeed. You are our only hope, Pennifer. Even in your single-minded rage, surely the time you spent together must still count for something. You need not put yourself in undue danger. I only ask that you step forth to where your voice may be heard and call out your friend's name. I beg of you, Pennifer. Surely, if anyone can convince the woman to abandon her madness, it is you. That's a cool outfit. Just gonna mindlessly do this because I like pushing buttons. Pennifer, I suggest you leave this place while you still can. I bear you no grudge, but should you so much as think of interfering, I'll not hesitate to turn you into a zombie too. So it was you after all. Consider me disappointed. Your sister Ceci is already in custody. Surrender now and I will see that no harm befalls her. How little you understand us, Inspector. And again, how could one born into a life of power and privilege ever hope to understand? Ceci and I have no family, no friends, no fortune, nothing. Two sisters against the world with only our quest for justice to give us meaning. Long ago, we made a vow, should the worst happen, our mission takes priority over all. Yes, over our own wretched lives. Do you see now? Anything I might have once had to lose, I lost long ago. Now stand down or suffer the same fate as the Uldan dogs you would defend. Ellie, stop this madness. I'm sorry, Inspector. There's too many of them. Oh my god, he's almost naked. All in a day's work for a Manderville man. Oh my god, that's a big hammer. Why did he have to strip down to his underwear? Oh, that was cool though. You only delay the inevitable. I have an entire legion of the undead at my beck and call. Face it, it's only with Inspector Hildibrand's ridiculously good fortune that you even made it this far, and he's as good as 6 fulms under. Be forewarned, girl. Know that I speak from experience when I say, underestimate Hildy and you do so at your own peril. I'm afraid you underestimate me as well. No mere splash of holy water can stave off the effects of the traitor's spurn. I fear the good inspector's luck has finally run out. Solves balls. Is there no end to them? I'm not liking our chances. Greg, was it? It's a shame to lose you, Pennifer. Warrior of light that you are, you might yet have served one last purpose for us. Go forth, my zombie minions. Why are they all posing? When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall descend in the righteous glare. Bugger me with a broadsword. Are my eyes to be believed? That pose. No, these are not 4 warriors of light that I see. They are 4 gentlemen of light. Just so, my good man. Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, has made his triumphant return. Did you miss me? Absolutely not. No, I did not, at all. We meet again, girl. Tell me you got my snurble tonic, or I'll fashion myself a wig from your lovely locks after I've ripped them clean from your bloody head. Oh, hello there, Mr. Elazar. Cor, you're looking absolutely resplendent today. Impossible. The holy water couldn't have cured him. It didn't. Fortunately, our overlord spent quite some time building up an immunity to zombie powder. When we heard that Master Zombibrand was at risk of joining the actual dead, we knew we had to take action. And immunity to... I'm just going to pretend that makes any sense. Game is up, Miss Ellie. Pray abandon this madness. Besides, plots of mass murder hardly suit a lady like yourself. It's over. It's all over. Inspector Briardine, you said there was something you would tell me when all was through. I imagine you have no words for me now. Ellie, your powers of deduction are wanting. You said that you had lost everything and everyone you had to lose, did you not? As for me, I have found something, someone with whom I intend to never depart. I care not if it takes years, even decades. When you emerge from your jail cell a free woman, I will be there. What say you? Ah, that's kind of sweet. Miss Ellie, while the crimes perpetrated by you and your sister are unpardonable, you are far from the only ones guilty. On behalf of the Syndicate, I offer my apologies for the false aspersions cast upon your ancestors. You said that the nation of Ul'dah was built on lies. Seeing what I have seen today, I cannot deny your words. It will not be an easy task to rewrite, nay, restore history. But know this, I will do everything in my power to bring the truth to the fore. Are we not forgetting someone here? And by someone, I mean me. If you're quite done playing Cloak and Dagger, I require Pennifer's presence for a matter of far greater importance. The time of our too long delayed confrontation is nigh. Why the long face, friend? But mayhap this will have you singing a happier tune. Could it be the treaty blade and the true one at that? None other. And I have not the slightest intention of parting with it, save to the one who would defeat me in single combat. But I misspeak. It will not be single combat this time. Is that my cue, old friend? Thou'll be merciful. What is that abomination? Some new breed of void scent? Abomination? I'll thank you to address my companion with courtesy, girl. But 'twas the most curious thing. There I was, hauling a crate full of crystals for Hildy's mother and thinking how much better things would be if my dear friend Enkidu were here. Then came a flash from the heavens, and the next thing I knew, there she was. By the gods, it makes perfect sense. Doubtless the crystals heard Greg's heartfelt plea, summoning forth his friend, nay, no mere friend, but rather the primal Enkidu. Okay, sure. And the world has now completely and utterly ceased to be bound by the laws of logic. Pennifer, you may have bested me in the past, but facing the two of us together will not prove so easy a task. And yet, I trust you will not shirk from the challenge. Enkidu and I shall await you at Amdapor Keep. Okay. 'Tis a ways from here, but what better venue for a climactic confrontation? If you would claim the treaty blade, then claim it from me as a warrior. To the skies, Enkidu, to the skies! Two against one? That's not very gentlemanly of you, Greg. Come, Pennifer, to Amdapor. This is a grave development indeed. To think that one man could summon a primal on his own. I must send word to the Scions at once. Oh, but of course, I had near forgotten we had a warrior of light in our very midst. Please, Pennifer, you are our only hope to slay the primal and reclaim the blade. Yeah, sounds like fun. I'm down. South Shroud, can I get that from... Yeah, yeah, why not? Let's fly. Let's just kill some time and fly. So we go eastern, and then that'll get us to South Shroud. That'll get us close to where we need to be. Mm. With how fast these quests have gone, I think we can do all of Heavensward's Hildibrand shenanigans today. Because there's only 8 quests there, so it shouldn't take too long. If we could do 5 in about 2 hours, I think by the time we finish this quest, it'll have been 2 hours of gameplay. So 2 hours of playing for 5 quests. That'll be like 3 to 4 more hours to do 8, which I'm fine with. That'll be like a 6-hour stream. And that's kind of the usual time I do for these. Ba, 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 ba. My Final Fantasy XIV streams always tend to run in the longer side. And I can't believe I've almost streamed this game for an entire year. Oh, definitely gonna have to look at the VODs and count how many I've done, but like I think we're getting close to 52 weeks of this. Is that you, Panifer? Pray forgive me, I was right on Greg's trail when I encountered a subterranean curiosity that demanded my immediate attention. I will be concluding my investigation forthwith, but in the meantime, might I trouble you to entertain Greg and his primal friend in my stead? Together, we will reclaim the treaty blade from that knave, Panifer. Yes. Just go on ahead, I'll be along directly. Let's go, baby! Battle in the big keep! And let us unsync it. Funsies. Level 90 versus level 50. So go nice and quick. It also means if there's any loot, we get it. At long last, we meet again in the battlefield. I dare say Enkidu shall come to enjoy our tussles as have I. You, however, might not find this one so enjoyable, unless you enjoy getting pounded senseless. Ha! I still love that sound effect so much, it's ridiculous. I kind of blew that in an instant. Me? Run away? Ha. I was but seeking out a more suitable... Oh, okay, I couldn't see what that said. And ladies who dress like men. For Gilgamesh, it is transmogrifying time. What do you mean transmog? This isn't World of Warcraft. We don't transmog here, we glamour. That is a lot of arms. Achievement unlocked. Enough expository banter. That's great. That's a great achievement name. No more hijinks from Gilgamesh. You have my word. Treaty Blade 2, I shall return just as soon as I remember where I hid it. Ooh, bird. Need that. Get rid of that. I don't. My inventory's getting full again. Yeah, I'm not gonna try to read these because it goes by too fast. What ho, Panifer? Have you seen Greg and his oversized avian companion? Lead me to them at once and we shall deliver the coup de grace together. The battle has already been won. That is triumphant news indeed. Clearly the lessons you have learned from me have not been for naught. And what's this you say? The treaty blade lies hidden somewhere in the nearby wood? Worry not, my ever-loyal associate. For no buried treasure will escape the keen eye of Hildibrand, agent of inquiry and inspector extraordinaire. Now, which way was the forest again? Jennifer, what news of the Primal and the Treaty Blade? Also, Godbert, why are you still undressed? Remarkable. I knew the Warrior of Light would emerge triumphant. Let us hope that Inspector Hildibrand enjoys similar success in finding the blade. Such design, such craftsmanship, at once bold and powerful, yet sensitive and refined. I believe I found the inspiration for my next masterpiece. Of course they're beautiful. They were the greatest treasures of Lost Sildi. To think that they were locked away in the vaults of those that destroyed our homeland and dragged our ancestors' names through the mud. And just how did you come to know of these lost relics? There was an ancient scroll passed down in our family, left to us by our dear grandmother. It spoke of the 4 warriors of light, their 4 relics, and an incantation of untold power. If we could have wielded this magic of legend, Ellie and I might still have had the last laugh. Alas, speaking the words had no effect. Only a warrior of light can wield the power, or so the legend goes. What I wouldn't have given to see it, the ultimate achievement of the greatest mages this realm has ever known. And just what sort of incantation is this? The ring casts open the doors of justice, the wise man whispers a verdict true, as Zima's virtue shines down from the heavens. To complete the incantation, the warrior of light would then hold forth the treaty blade and speak, "Blade in hand, I swear unto you." The legends differ as to what happens next, but all speak of a great holy radiance shining down from the heavens. Over here, friends. Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, returns with tidings most triumphant. Behold, safe in my hands, none other than the treaty blade. The real one, this time I swear to you. Yes, just like that. I swear unto you, then... My word, whatever is this odd tingling sensation? Ridiculous. Hildibrand isn't a warrior of light. He's just some fool who thought he could stop the lesser moon with his own bare hands. It would seem the treaty blade is just as confused as the rest of us. No, the light. Someone stop it. I won't stand to see the legendary power of our forefathers wielded by this muscle-bound buffoon. And there he goes. Well, I dare say that proved to be a most useful incantation indeed. And so the light of justice that shone from the treaty blade banished the shadow, returning peace to the land. So the legend ended. I must say, I never expected it to be quite literally a beam of light. I suppose it wouldn't have been much use to us after all. Inspector, oh Inspector, wait for me. Owl's balls, Hildy. First you almost die at your poor mother's feet, and now you fly off to God's know where without even giving her a kiss goodbye? Ho ho ho. It appears that a case of wanderlust has once again struck Hildibrand, as it has many a Manderville man before him. Godspeed, my boy. When the day comes that you tire of mystery solving, your dear old man will be here to pass on to you the family art. So in the end, the Saldine incantation of legend was wielded not by a warrior of light, but a gentleman of light. Well, the Treaty Blade is some 6 centuries old, after all. Perhaps it's not quite as sharp as it used to be. The magic that brought peace and happiness to the people of Balladia. It was every bit as beautiful as I imagined. To think I would see it with my own eyes, it's nothing short of a dream come true. He bumbles and stumbles through yet another case, and still he manages to make a girl's dream come true. A gentleman to the end. The bloody bastard. What's this? A glint in the corner of my eye? A curious scent wafting in on the winds from a far-flung land? Do I smell a case? Worry not for me, my friends, for wherever the wronged want for succor, I... Oh, that went by fast. So that happened. Okay, we got a minion, an outfit, and an emote. Let's go. Ow. Poor little feller. Okay, he's still alive. I was like, that little guy wasn't doing anything. Okay. I forget what the... There it is. Okay, let's equip that. Ooh, and I need to get that made into music. Okay, let me look up where the next quest is. Okie dokie. We're off to Heaven's Word. we're not in the pillars. That explains it. Also, God, the music here is still so good. Okay, okie dokie, right there. Also, aw, the bird's chilling on her shoulder. I just noticed that. Where do you get a Squeak the Coyote? I want one. Can you buy it on the market board? No, cringe. That's kind of cringe. I'll have to find out where you get that, because I want one. His name is Squeak. That's cute. Also, since we're... let's do a different outfit since we're here now. Let's do... we haven't used this since last year, like, or at least earlier this year, so we're gonna use this again. This is honestly cozy enough for the snow. And I still like this outfit. Well, I'll be Jennifer Rose in the flesh. A pleasure to see you again. Wait, is this what they call serendipity? It is, isn't it? That settles it. You've got to help me find the inspector. Or I was hoping you would silently agree. So, I've been trying to calculate the trajectory the inspector took when he was catapulted into the sky again. I've triple-checked my figures and concluded he must have landed somewhere here in Ishgard. Unfortunately, the investigation hasn't been proceeding as smoothly as I had hoped. But now that you're here, we're sure to make some progress. Come, let's speak with the merchants and see if anyone hasn't had dealings with a gentlemanly Highlander. Oh, I need to check my ether currents. Okay, I have everything but the Sea of Clouds. I hope I don't get taken here. I'll deal with anywhere else but there, because I don't want to have to do those quests just yet. A gentlemanly Highlander, you say? My apologies, but I cannot say I have had dealings with the man as you describe. Like, I mean, yeah, if I have to do the quests on stream just so we can get flying to do the Hildy stuff there, I will, but I'd rather just find some time to make myself do it off stream. Good evening to you, madame. Oh, you're looking for someone? A gentlemanly Highlander? I know not of this man whom you speak, but mayhap Mistress Elise does. She is well acquainted with rather a lot of merchants and noblemen. I've sold my fair share of goods to Highlander adventurers, but I'd not describe such client as particularly gentlemanly, I'm afraid. Yeah, I don't know how long these quests are going to take. They might be really quick, they might be kind of long. So we will see. As ever, a warm welcome to you, miss. How may I be of service? A gentlemanly Highlander, you say? Now that I think of it, I have heard tell of a foreigner who may be the man whom you seek. Begging your pardons, miss, but did you say you know Inspector Hildibrand? An acquaintance of yours, I presume? I do not know his name, only that he is here by invitation of Lord Edmond, or so it is rumored. Surely, as a ward of House Fortemps, it would be a trifling matter to go and ask after him at the manor. I knew it was serendipity to Fortemps Manor. I mean, I will always take any reason and chance to see Papa Fortemps. We haven't seen him in ages. I will gladly pay him a visit and say hi. Literally one of my favorite characters from Heaven's Word. Easy. Well met, Mistress Rose. Do you require assistance? It is, as you say, at this time, Lord Edmond is entertaining a foreign guest. Huzzah, we found the inspector. If I am not mistaken, your meeting should be ending shortly. If you like, you may retire to the gazebo and wait for our guest to depart. A gazebo? Aren't those dangerous? Then again, you seem a responsible sort, not like to let a wild gazebo run amok. Very well, we humbly accept your offer. You're thinking of a gazelle, not a gazebo. And if it wakes up, I'll have you there to protect me. Again, gazelle, not gazebo. You're confused. That must be Inspector Hildibrand. Or someone else. I cannot well imagine how arduous your journey must have been. Truth be told, I found the brisk earth and air to be rather invigorating. It stimulates body and mind both. A welcome benefit when one must discuss matters of commerce. I dare say we would not have accomplished so much otherwise. Here you are, Inspector. I've been looking all over for you. I say, who do I see before me? Not one, but two of my beloved son's faithful companions. Lord Godbert? But I thought... Hildy? In Ishgard? This is the first I've heard of it. Aha, I found you at last, heretic. Yes, you, the hulking brute with a mad gleam in his eye. Your brazen heresy is plain for all to see. Surrender yourself to the Inquisition at once. I beg your pardon. This man is an Uldan merchant here at the behest of House Fortemps. Such baseless accusations will not be tolerated. A guest of House Fort Tomp? Then he couldn't possibly. So there were those 2 wards but they were acquitted of all charges in a trial by combat, and if he demands the right to, then I would personally have to. Oh dear. Yeah, he's doing squats. You want to accuse him? You get to fight him. 1,000 apologies, good sir. I spoke out of turn. I am Seer, and, as you may have guessed, I am an inquisitor who has been charged with investigating reports of a rather suspicious, possibly heretical individual. Ho ho ho! A heretic, you say? One who bears a passing resemblance to me? A man, rather muscular, wearing dark garments and acquitting himself in a somewhat gentlemanly fashion, as some might say. This heretic sounds like the spitting image of Inspector Hildibrand. Could he be a fan? Say again, you are acquainted with such a man? I see. And the man you are looking for is Lord Godbert's son? It would seem that our investigations may be connected, so I put to you a proposal. The first reported sightings of the heretic I am tracking came from Falcon's Nest. Mayhap we should journey there together. It is, after all, possible that we are seeking the selfsame individual. If so, and if he is innocent, it would be for the best that if you were present when I apprehend him, that we might resolve this matter without incident. I say we go with him, Pennifer. This looks to be our best lead yet. And I shall accompany you all. It has been far too long since I laid eyes on my beloved son, and if there is a chance we might be reunited, I should be glad to seize it. And it is settled. We shall leave Falcon's Nest at once. But not before we peek into the house and just visit Edmont. I came all this way, I'm gonna say hi. And technically it has indeed been a while, because these quests that we're on becomes available in patch 3.2. So between 2.5, which was the last set we did, and 3.2, it has been, honestly, I think it's been like 1-2 years of time passed between these being released. Yes, we are here. We are going to visit our one of our favorite people. Mistress Rose, glad am I to see you safely returned. 'Tis not only Ishgard, but you know what? We'll give him a hug before we go. Falcon's Nest. I haven't been here in ages. I haven't had a reason to be here in ages. I can't remember the last time we had a reason to be here. It has been forever. Mistress Rose, are these your traveling companions? The mysterious muscular vagabond? Yes. A patrol sighted him lurking near the dusk vigil. Thinking he might be a lost traveler, they called out to him, but rather than approach, he fled. Quite frankly, I am surprised you bothered to come all this way. That sighting barely warranted a mention in my report. Ha! The unmistakable scent of heresy. Terribly sorry. Old habit I picked up from my mentor. I know, I will not rush to judgment as before. Still, much as I hope you find your missing inspector, I must confess some small desire that we instead unearth a lingering pocket of heresy. Of late, there have been virtually no confirmed instances of heretical misdeeds. It's gotten so bad that some were speculating our funding may be reduced, or worse, that the Inquisition's operations might come under review. That is why, Halone as my witness, I will find and bring a heretic to justice and prove that her order still has value in these uncertain times. Yes, I understand you have your reasons, but whether or not this vagabond was a heretic remains to be seen. Still, if you are set upon your course, you might begin your search near the Dusk of Vigil. An excellent suggestion, Sir Redwall. Should we succeed in our endeavor, rest assured that you will share in the glory. Redwall doesn't really care, he's just doing his job, my guy. The hunt continues. Onward to the Dusk of Vigil. I am told that region is especially cold, so do not forget to dress appropriately for the weather. I mean, I'm dressed nicely. I got like a sweater with a coat, I got a nice scarf, pants, shoes, and socks. I am dressed comfortably for this cold. Yeah, this quest took what, like not even 20 minutes to do? Like we picked it up, we talked to people, and we're already about to finish it. So we should easily get through these 8 quests in plenty of time, in good time. I do hope that we don't get taken to Sea of Clouds, because that'll be a long journey if we do. I do need to get around to just doing those 4 quests and not having to bother with it. And, like, I already did everything there. I still need to do everything on the moon, Elpis, and Ultima. Honestly, everywhere but Garlemald I still need to do. Which I will knock out. I will make a point to do it before next Sunday's stream. What are you doing, Godbird? You're wearing short shorts and a tank top? Fury take me, it's freezing. Ah, this is a waste of time. No living thing could survive in this god's forsaken wasteland. Over there, look. Someone's coming from the vigil. Inspector, is that you? As I live and breathe, of all the places to be reunited with Master Zombiebrand's compatriots, how fare you all this fine morning? Hark, a heretic raised from the dead by his brother's unholy magics. He's not a heretic, he's one of the gentle dead men. What brings you so far from Ul'dah, good sir? Well, as you know, ours is a rather lonely existence. So when we heard rumors of an abandoned fortress held by zombies, we were delighted. I was chosen to serve as emissary and set out immediately. Alas, it seems my efforts were for naught. Truly? Every last one dead? That is to say, irrevocably dead? If it was necessary, then so be it. Still, after coming all this way, it is more than a little disappointing, you understand? Then, my calculations were wrong. The inspector didn't land in Cursus. Now, do not fret so. If it is our overlord you seek, then you are in luck. As the founder of the Gentle Deadmen, our fate and our aether are inextricably entwined. In fact, I can feel it calling to me now. Truly, good sir, you can guide us to Inspector Hildibrand? As surely as my rotting nose can lead me to fresh brains. Follow me, my friends. One must remain vigilant for heresy, for it can manifest in myriad ways. 'Tis a vile, insidious sickness which must needs be burned out ere the infection takes hold. Surely zombification would qualify, yes? Confound it, they've left us behind. Yeah, that was a pretty quick quest. Who do they think they are, commandeering this investigation and employing a zombie as a bloodhound? It beggars belief. You must regain control of the situation. With me, Pennifer. Onwards, fluffy gold dog. Hold a moment, my friends, I must needs concentrate. Master Zombiebrand is indeed nearby, but there is also something else. Mayhap a powerful magic confounding my senses? I can guide you no further. We must needs split up and search the area. Now see here, these wastes are infested with wild beasts and you would have us split up? Jennifer can handle herself, true, and you've clearly no reason to fear death. What of Mistress Nashu? I take your meaning. A good zombie, Jennifer, praise you to the lady's protection. Inquisitor Sir, would you care to take the lead? Come on, you two. The inspector is out there somewhere. Can't we just leave him in the snow, maybe? Oh, there he is. Look, Pennifer, that's got to be the inspector. And he's surrounded by giant, fluffy, man-shaped gazebos. That's not a gazebo. That's not even a gazelle. Nay, my lady, they are not mere gazebos. Note their regal bearing. They are gentlemen gazebos, fearsome yet fastidious foes who would surely tear me rotting limb from rotting limb. Only Pennifer can save Master Zombiebrand now. Have you never seen a Yeti before? It's a Yeti, not a gazebo. 1 and 2. Easy peasy. Howdy, Porky. Welcome, welcome. The fantasy of the final that is online is going fun. Especially because we're doing the shitposty shenanigans content instead of main story. Inspector, can you hear me? We've been looking all over for you. Yeah, this questline I'm doing is literally just shenanigans and memes. It's comedy for comedy purposes. It's fun. But this just won't do. We've got to get you out of there before you catch a cold. Up and Adam, everyone is waiting for you. Forgive me, if I pull any harder, my arms are like to tear. Ah, there you are. We heard shouting. Have you perchance found something? Fury take me, is that my heretic? Confound it, I wanted him alive. Oh, don't worry, he's still alive. Inspector Hildibrand is definitely not a heretic, and he's probably not dead either. He's just hibernating, like last time. Hildy ever was a late riser. Fear not, my wife and I had our ways of waking him. You're gonna want to stand back, my guy. And he's naked again. Yeah, this guy will strip down to his underwear for any reason and at all, even no reason. Yeah, the devs who worked on this must have had an amazing time doing these faces. Because this is absurd. Well, he's even further in the ground now. Was it the Manderville meteor strike or the Manderville meteor drive? Bah, maybe Julian was right. Trying to name everything only leads to needless confusion. One more time, then. Out you go. Splendidly suplexed, Lord Godbert. Where am I? The snowy wastelands of Kurthus, and who are these people I see before me? But of course, who else would venture into inhospitable climes and wake me from slumber sweet but my beloved fans? I'm not a fan of yours in any way, shape, or form. Why do I feel as though I've stepped through a portal into an alternate reality unbound by the laws of logic? Oh, don't worry. It gets worse from here. What is that? A mammoth? Where did it come from? What's that? When my father drove me into the earth, I found it buried beneath the snow. A little Lalafellum girl. How adorable. Okay, I'm gonna quickly BRB chat, and then we continue with this nonsense. Boop.
In the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog.
And we are back to our regularly scheduled nonsense. Nashu, please. Note the firm, muscular legs, not unlike my own. 'Tis clearly a Lalafellin boy. Now that you mention it, I suppose his features are rather masculine. You two cannot possibly be serious. I am the very soul of seriousness, good sir, especially in matters of deduction. This is undoubtedly a young boy who, much like myself, fell into a deep slumber upon being buried beneath the snow. Now then, let us gently wake him and ascertain his identity. Oh boy. There, that ought to do it. GG, GGG. What is this place? Who am I? Oh my god. No, don't. What is it with a stupid face? Why do you always have to make a stupid face? Why must you make the stupidest faces for no reason? It would seem that although Father's ungentle ministrations served to restore this young boy to life, they also robbed him of his memory. How did I get here? Who am I? Why can I not remember? Do not worry, young man. Everything will be all right. Take it from me. I have lost my memory more times than I can even remember. Then can you help me to remember? Hearken to me now, for I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, do hereby swear to solve the mystery of the amnesic hobby de ho. What? What did you call it? Wonderful, wonderful. I'll get started on a batch of Nashu's delights. Effective as your explosives were in the past, I suspect that young GIGI lacks that hardy constitution required to survive such an approach. GIGI? Is that my name? GIGI Murden? Boat goes binted? Boat goes binted. When you woke, you were muttering GGGG. I suspect the phrase may hold some significance for you, so until such time as we learn your real name, I say why not adopt it as a playful moniker? But that's just the sound all mammoths make. What kind of imbecile goes and names a mammoth Gigi anyway? Hey, I think Gigi's a good name. Gigi. I like this name. Thank you, kind sir. But how will this new name help me to remember who I am? Patience, Gigi. This is only the beginning. Next, we will return to the city and see if we cannot find any who know who you are. Come along. Now that I know our overlord is safe and sound, I too must take my leave of you and return to my brothers. I dare say rigor mortis will set in if I remain here any longer. Bound for Thanalan? Then allow me to accompany you. Julianne will give me no end of trouble if I keep her waiting much longer. Though perhaps she will forgive me once I tell her of Hildy's return. This is rather a lot to digest, though you have the look of one accustomed to such happenings. In any case, regardless of Mistress Nashu's protestations, the inspector will not be granted access to the capital until we confirm that he is not a heretic. You have my word that he will be treated fairly. I mean, that's perfectly fine. If he got into the capital, he might do something stupid. And there's the Shadow Man again. Okay, again, another quick quest. So it does seem like these are just going to be nice and quick. That is 2 down of 8. Or it will be 2 once I turn this in. Fury, take me, that man. Jennifer, I suppose you have heard the news then? That Inspector Hildibrand was cleared of all suspicion and judged to be no more than an eccentric curiosity. If you are looking for him, good luck. I wanted to thank him for his cooperation, but as soon as the Temple Knights released him, he and his assistant ran up to God's know where of that mammoth in tow. As for my investigation, in spite of all the twists and turns, I managed to salvage a satisfactory result. As far as the Inquisition is concerned, the suspicious vagabond was not more than a zombie which wandered away from the Dusk Vigil, sickness which has since been purged. So it would seem that all is right with the world once more. For now, I have no doubt that the Inspector will turn up again like a bad gill, and when he does, trouble is sure to follow. These quests are literally compared to the intense story you do in the game, these quests are insane. It is like literal insanity. I pray this day finds you well, Pennifer, or at least better than it finds me. It seems I have no choice but to seek out that inspector and convince him to surrender up his mammoth to me. 'Twas unearthed under most suspicious circumstances, after all, and who can say what secrets or heresy it might hold? Therefore, the Inquisition would conduct a thorough inspection and, if needs must, destroy it. Given his affinity for the contraption, I fear the inspector may not be amenable to my request. Nevertheless, he must be made to see that it is in the interest of public safety. Would you be willing to help me persuade him? Well, I can certainly try. Fury be praised, at least you have seen reason. Let us pray he will as well. I am given to understand that while the inspector and his assistant have been wandering all over the city with the mammoth in tow, they often frequent the gazebo near Fortemps Manor. With any luck, they will be there now. I will shuffle this one last time and... It's kind of not... It's kind of cringe. One line. At best. It's fine. Verily shall we scour all creation, from the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, for the answers we seek. Every day shall be filled with grand adventures, the stuff of fairy tales and legends. Huzzah! A grand adventure in the deepest pit of the seven hells. Just so. Such is the creed of Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. Aw, the little mammoths posing too. Well posed, GG, well posed. I dare say you have the potential to be an exemplary inspector someday. Right, that's enough of that. By virtue of the authority vested in me by the Supreme Sacred Tribunal of Hellenic Inquisitory Doctrine... That's a mouthful. I hereby command you to surrender that mammoth of suspected heretical origin into my custody. Why, hello there, Panifer, and Inquisitor Sir, ever the jester. Accusing poor Gigi of being a clockwork heretic when 'tis plain to see that he is merely a precocious young lad. Oh, there you go again, confusing the poor girl. As if those big, beautiful, boxy eyes aren't the soul of femininity. Nashu, please. Were you not witness to the magnificent display of Mandervillian masculinity mere moments ago? That's because you haven't taught her any better. She needs a proper role model to show her what's what. Mistress Rose? Inspector Sear? What is all this commotion? We can hear you from the courtyard. Yay! Oh, Lord Edmond, my sincerest apologies for the disturbance. I am come to seize this mammoth on behalf of the Inquisition, a fact which I clearly explained to the inspector before you arrived. At which point they set to bickering about the contraption's gender. What say you, my lord? Do you think Gigi a boy or a girl? 'Tis clearly a strapping young lad, no? Can't argue with that. Fury take me, not you too. Has the whole world gone mad? Fine, fine. But even supposing that this Gigi is a real boy, you cannot deny that the circumstances of his discovery and miraculous resuscitation were most unusual. He cannot be suffered to roam the city with impunity until the Inquisition has determined he is not a threat. I beg your pardon. Miraculous resuscitation. I see. Then until such time as Gigi recovers his memory, mayhap it would be best if you adopted him as a ward of House Manderville. I will even stand as a witness here and now, if you wish. Adopt? Then that would make me Gigi's father? Oh, dear God. Doubtless the Inquisition would think better of taking any action which might threaten the cordial relationship between our two houses. Yes, of course, I'll do it. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Enquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, do hereby grant this child the patronage of House of Manderville. Who decided this man gets to become a father? That's a mistake. That is the biggest mistake in the world. Oh no, don't call him Papa Hildy. The inspector's finally become a father. It's so beautiful. It's a mistake. It's a tragedy. Quite. Now that you need no longer fear the Inquisition, you are free to show GIGI more of our fair city. Indeed, I strongly encourage you to do so. Mayhap, by the grace of the Fury, something will jog his memory. Thank you, Lord Edmont. I shall not forget this kindness. Come, my faithful assistant, my beloved son, we must away. Ah, my god. What is this nonsense? Oh, Halone, I would not presume to question your grand design, but... gah, confound it all. Well, mayhap I cannot detain the mammoth, but I am still within my rights to observe the blasted thing. Lord Godbert will be pleased to hear that his son is as hale and healthy as ever. Not that I would ever presume to meddle on another father's behalf, and certainly not without consent. Yo, what dev decided to make that man of all people a father? That's a mistake. It's a crime, even. Come now, GIGI. Surely gazing upon this wondrous work of Ishgardian architecture stirs something within your soul. This grand manor of House Durin Meltimpasupta. Pray do not fill the boy, the mammoth's head with such nonsense. That is the supreme sacred tribunal of Hellenic inquisitory doctrine. I should know, I work there. Furthermore, I am quite certain that there is no house Durin Heliptibida, and that it is rather a ludicrous portmanteau of the four high houses, including that esteemed house which but recently stood as witness to your adoption. Well, GIGI, do you remember anything? No, nothing. I say, rather than parading him before the grandiose, why not give him a taste of something more prosaic? Let us make our way to the holy stables that he might bask in the singular sights, sounds, and smells of Ishgard's famous chocobos. Yeah, I know, Seer. It's insane. This is literally insanity. I'm with you on that. Splendid specimens of horse bird flesh, would you not agree? In the hands of a skilled jockey, Any one of them could take first place at the saucer. These chocobos are the pride of the Ishgardian cavalry, and any temple knight who dared to exploit them for personal gain would answer to the Fury herself. How about now, GIGI? Do you remember anything about Ishgard? Be sure to sniff the chocobos, it might help. Do not sniff the birds. Do not sniff the birds at all. It didn't. Do not sniff the birds. You know, just because you found him in a Kurthan snowbank, it doesn't mean he hails from Ishgard. Which is why we ought to try taking him to the markets and exposing him to all manner of goods from across Eorzea. Excellent suggestion, Inquisitor. Wait, am I now complicit in this farce? Fury, forgive me. Again, I'm still with you on this, my guy. It's insane. We just gotta deal with it. I want one. I want one. Buy me a chocobo, please, father. Father, that strange-looking thing is staring at us. GG. GGG. Am I that strange-looking? Honestly, my god, you're not that strange-looking. Compared to, say, that spoiled little brat there, you're hardly strange-looking. Why bother? It's no use. Now, GIGI, you must not give in to despair so easily. Did I not promise you days filled with grand adventures and the eventual discovery of your mislaid memories? Spirits, GIGI, spirits. Oh my god, Hildy, you idiot. I'm not paying for that, you are. My word, a vase flung to the ground with reckless abandon. Could this be the opening salvo of an indiscriminate campaign of vandalism? My god, you're such an idiot. One waged by your wild gesticulations, perhaps. At least look before you strike a pose. The gods only know how much that vase cost. 123,504,000 gil at last assessment. 'Twas over 700 years old and graced the homes of a dozen archbishops, 8 counts, 2 lord commanders, and 1 duke. 100 million gil? Oh, Halone, why have you forsaken me? Ayo? Well, would you look at that? Oh, it's fixed again. You'd better not break it a second time. I swear, if you break it a second time... It's a miracle, nay, the divine intervention of the Fury herself. Did I do that? GG, my boy. That was marvelous. You're a born artisan just like father. Papa Hildy's papa? Your Grandpa Godbird, the man who woke you with a few gentle taps to the noggin. You wouldn't believe what else he can do with that hammer of his. Why, some folks say he wields the very powers of life and death. Once he and the missus come back from their tour of the Western Highlands, I'm sure they'd love to see that trick of yours. Do not demean this mammoth's power as a mere parlor trick. We just witnessed a miracle, and I demand that you all acknowledge it. I acknowledged it. This mammoth. Sir, I say, sir, 100 million gil for the mammoth, nay, 100 million gil and the Duke's priceless vase. My word, is this what passes for trade in Ishgard? GIGI is my flesh and blood. I will not sell him at any price. Please, Papa Hildy, no more. I know you mean well, but we can deny the truth no longer. I am a mammoth. GIGI, whatever has gotten into you, you are my son. You are a Manderville man. Listen to your papa, GIGI. You're a Manderville girl, through and through. Oh god. Stop it, both of you. You're not my papa or my mama. Well, it is only to be expected. GIGI is at a rebellious age, strange as it may sound. I too test my parents' patience, and that on more than one occasion. But if they could weather the storm, then so can I. I say we find out what's got him thinking he's a mammoth. But he is a mammoth. How can you not? Oh, never mind. They're both idiots, my guy. The course of fatherhood never did run smooth, but I, Hildibrand, guardian of GIGI, doting parent extraordinaire, shall find a way to overcome this trial and be reconciled with my beloved son. That's the spirit. Solving a simple case of childhood rebellion should be easy for a man who's unmasked thieves, defeated duelists, and led armies of the undead. Yes, that's all very... Wait, what was that about the undead? Actually, don't tell me. For now, all that matters is finding that mammoth. We should begin by speaking with the sentries stationed at the city gates and the airship landing. If Fury help us, he has left Ishgard, we need to know about it sooner rather than later. I will visit the Ark of the Worthy, while the inspector and his assistant head to the airship landing. You can question the guard at the gates near the manufactory, after which we will regroup there and share our findings. Dismissed. Okie dokie. Well, I can have a bite of food while we're running. I do like that my VTuber stuff, it tracks that if I'm eating something, it makes my mouth move so you can see that I'm eating. Like whenever I'm on stream eating gummy worms or something. Little fellow with a wide-brimmed hat. He came through here, bought passage on a supply ship bound for Falcon's Nest. One of them was named Lalafels, right? Funny little buggers. Seemed keen to be anywhere but here. Well, if GIGI left the city, it was not by the main gates. And the sentries at the airship landing have seen no one matching his description. Falcon's Nest? Fury take me. Must we return to that freezing pit of despair? Wheresoever GIGI goes, I will follow him and find him and embrace him as my son once more. However, I surmise our final destination lies far beyond the walls of said outpost. Indeed, there is but one reason he would return to those frozen wastes. To frolic in the snow and cast his worries to the winds. Oh my god, you're so unbelievably stupid. Really? He seemed in no mood to frolic when I last saw him. As I recall, he used his arcane powers to mend a vase, only to become morose and belligerent when it became clear to him that he was, in fact, a mammoth. One might even say he remembered what he was, remembered his purpose, and so he returned to Western Kurthus, that famous breeding ground for heresy, where first we found him. Home to his heretic masters, to share with them the intelligence he had gathered on the city. Sniffa? Sniffa? At long last, the undeniable, the unquestionable, the unmistakable scent of heresy. What are we standing around for? We have a heretic to catch. I really don't think he's a heretic. Inspector, I'm starting to think that Inquisitor Seer might not think very highly of our little girl. Oh my god. It is possible, but I would not presume to know his feelings ere he voiced them explicitly. Until such time as he does, we should endeavor to surreptitiously bring him round to the opinion that GIGI is a boy of pure heart and good intent. Subtlety in all things, Nashu, that is the Manderville way. Oh my god, you two are so unbelievably stupid. I can feel my brain cells offing themselves in Minecraft every second I spend with them. Before long, I'm going to be as smooth-brained as a ginger cat. Everybody knows orange cats have a single brain cell. That'll be me. I will have one brain cell. Aha, I knew it. The mammoth immediately left the outpost and looks to have headed north along the river. By the Fury, I cannot wait to finally catch him in the company of heretics. I don't much like your tone, Inquisitor. If our... Oh dear. Okay, I'm just gonna stick with this expression. If our baby girl ran afoul of any heretics, she'd look them square in the eye and tell them she doesn't want any. Hey, Inspector. I think I just had one of those moments, you know, of insight. You mean your two brain cells rubbed against each other and sparked briefly? Maybe GIGI came out here to find Lord Godbird. I did tell her her grandpapa might like to see that trick of hers. Brilliant deduction, Nashu. He must be eager to meet his grandparents. The self-same ones he renounced when he declared you were not his father? Ahahaha. What a fine young gentleman, eager to explore his heritage. Let us make haste, my friends, for a reunion of 3 generations of Mandeville's beckons. Yeah, I get it. I'm just along for the ride, honestly. And Nashu is at least cute, and that makes up for her being insanely dense. Hildibrand just makes me feel like all of my brain cells are exploding themselves. Pow! Right in the kisser. The mammoth lies motionless in the snow, fragments of ice stuck to its cap, suggesting the impact of something small and round traveling at high speed. My head. Who? Oh, it's you. You followed me. Oh, Gigi, if you wanted to have a snowball fight with your grandparents, you should have said so earlier. Papa Hildy was very worried, though he is glad to see that you're unharmed. It would seem he was struck by a snowball, much like the Steinbox. He's dead, Steinbox. Are you sure he isn't damaged? As if a mere blow to the head could fell our Gigi. We Mandervilles are made of sterner stuff. I myself have been driven headfirst into the earth on no fewer than 24 occasions, several times from mountains above, and my mind is no less brilliant for the experience. Are you sure about that? Are you really sure about that, my guy? I expect the Earth was no less brilliant for the experience there. Why are you nodding? Oh, he's behind me, isn't he? What good fortune to cross paths with you lot so far from civilization. Forgive me for not taking notice earlier. I was engrossed in my duel with Julian. But how rude of me. Would you care to join us? Grandpapa Godbert. Grandpapa Godbert. Mama Nashi says you wield the powers of life and death. I beg of you, Grandpapa Godbert, grant me life, make me a real boy, oh boy. Ah ha 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 ha. Are you sure about this, son? It may sting a little. I will endure whatever I must to become a real boy. Oh my god, he's naked again. Then let us begin. This body, it's everything I ever wanted. It's perfect. Thank you, Grandpapa Godbert. Thank you. Oh, but I have not even begun to begin. Fire God, guide my hammer. Oh boy, howdy. Oh, there goes Hildy. And she's spinning. What in the seven hells? You know what? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Papa Hildy, I'm a Mandrill man. Jesus Christ on a cracker. Gigi, my son, come to your father. Let me have a look at you. Oh my freaking god. I can feel more of my brain cells just jumping off a cliff, one of these cliffs, into the snow. I'm not gonna have any brain cells left by the end of this. Huh? Eh? That's gotta hurt. My god, that face. Uh-huh. Now that brings back some memories. Papa Hildy? Oh dear, who could have done such a thing? Gee, I wonder. By the Fury, it's just like the vase all over again, miraculously restored to its original form. GG, my boy. Upon further consideration, I believe that this body may suit you best. It is, how shall I put this, more manageable. And much more adorable. But how can I ever be accepted as your son if I remain a mammoth? Is that what's been troubling you all this time? But why didn't you say so? A Mandeville is more than mere flesh and bone. He is vigor, compassion, honor. A gentleman for all seasons. Be you man or machine, it makes no difference. If they call you a mammoth, you look them in the eye and say, nay, I am a Mandeville mammoth. Father, forgive me for not consulting with you earlier, but circumstances forced my hand. I have formally adopted Gigi as my son and ward of House Manderville. Ye gods, I knew he was fond of the mammoth, but did you hear that woman? Our son's gone and got himself a son. Grandpapa Godbert. Ha, it all makes sense now. Grandpapa Godbert and Grandmama Julian. I've been waiting years to hear those words. Few things in life are grander than becoming a grandparent, as they say. Ha ha ha. Oh dear God. And what's so bloody grand about it? Run. Run as far as you can. I'll not be made grandmother to a bloody buggering mammoth. It's past time I beat some sense into my beloved boy. Fury take me. I'd heard the tales of dark nights before, but no, it couldn't be. No, I think it was something far worse. Heretical, like as not, but rules be damned, I'm not risking my life to find out. Good idea. Excellent idea. Don't get on her bad side, she will crater you into a wall. She will obliterate you without a second thought. They're mad. Utterly mad. The whole damn lot of them. How their house could rise to such prominence, I will never understand. You and me both. Well, at least the mammoth seems to have overcome its existential crisis. Before today, I didn't know mammoth could even have an existential crisis. Wait, what am I saying? It's a mammoth. Why should I care what it claims to think or feel? Fury take me. Their idiocy is infectious. I mustn't allow myself to fall prey to it. Follow procedure, report to your superior one step at a time, one step at a time. Okay, 4 more quests for Heavensward. We can knock that out, maybe hour and a half at most. And I'm sure it's going to be as insane as everything has been up to now. At least I think it's 4 quests. I can confirm real quick. Yep, so let's see that this was patch 3.3. We have 3.4's 2 and 3.5's 2. Okay, 4 quests, easy peasy. Right then, my superiors, having been informed of the mammoth's adoption by House Manderville, as witnessed by House Fortom, proceeded to take me to task for my gross mishandling of the situation. They remain convinced that the mammoth is the product of heretical machinations and have commanded me to redouble my efforts to prove this incontrovertible fact. That may prove problematic, however, as GIGI seems to have forsaken his quest to recover his memories and thrown himself wholly into his new life as a Manderville mammoth, casting about for any hint of a case alongside his doting father. In any event, though I do not share my superior's conviction, I think it's safe to say there is something exceedingly unusual about that mammoth. You saw with your own eyes how effortlessly it restored the vase and itself to its original form. Reconstructive magics are not particularly rare, but his are unlike any I've ever seen before. Mm-hmm. 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 Seer may be the only man who has yet to drink from the well of madness, you and me both, brother. That you stand here before me is proof that Halone smiles upon me this day. I have need of your assistance, Pennifer, and before you think to run away, screaming in terror, I pray you hear me out. It concerns the esteemed, and now missing and presumed dead, Knights of the Heavens Award. None have returned to the capital since all the unpleasantness began, yet recently we have heard rumors of these honored sirs walking the streets. 'Tis heresy most foul, I say, and I mean to get to the bottom of it. But we will need all the help that we can get, which means, Fury take me, we could benefit from a certain individual's serendipity. Besides, if we don't seek him out, he's like to show up at the worst possible time anyway. At least this way it'll be on our terms, and we can keep an eye on that boy. Mammoth. Mammoth! Yes, right. Oh, you must be wondering why I asked you to come. Well, you and the inspector seem to enjoy a natural rapport, so... Praise Halone. For a moment I was afraid you'd make me beg. This may well be my last chance to prove my worth to my superiors. And if I can't... to Fortop Manor. I mean, I'm already this deep in the insanity, I might as well just continue with it. That's a neat looking weapon, not sure what job that is. And that's a crafter. Actually, wait, it should have... Okay, they were black mage. It's like... Not sure what job. I was like, right, they put the symbols next to everyone's names now, so we know what job everybody is. Okay, the first of the last 4 quests, and then we can give our poor mind a break and maybe recover some brain cells before next Sunday. Because by golly, I'm sure we're gonna need all of them. Uh... Because GIGI, such behavior is unbecoming a gentleman. Why, Papa Hildy? Why is it unbecoming a gentleman? Ah, Inquisitor Seer, Pennifer, good morrow to you both. Are you come as adoring fans or on business? Business, always business, you may rest assured. And I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, am at your service. Is it robbery, murder, tax evasion? Evasion? Wait, before we get into that, what's going on here? Much as it pains me to admit, my beloved GIGI, the apple of my eye, the fruit of my loins, attempted to deface this lovely gazebo. Naturally, as his father, it falls to me to see him return to the straight and narrow. That's not true. I was drawing a family crest for our home. Now, GIGI, I know you are fond of this gazebo, as are we all, but it belonged to Lord Edmond. You wouldn't want to steal from Uncle Edmond, would you? Oh my god. I guess not. Then where is our gazebo, Papa Hildy? And does it have a warm stove with a steaming kettle too? Oh, GIGI, don't you see? We have no need of kettles or gazebos. As gentlemen inspectors, the world is our oyster. We can go whither we please, where the red fern grows or the wild rose blooms, or where the boat goes binted. And yet you've been sleeping in Lord Edmond's gazebo for how long? I don't care about wild roses. I want to live in a gazebo with Papa Hildy and Mama Nashu. Gazebos are quite expensive, and dangerous if not domesticated. Dangerous indeed, my boy. And besides, we are gentlemen inspectors, free to travel the length and breadth of Eorzea in search of a case. Does that not sound more thrilling than whittling away the hours beneath a gazebo? I guess. If it's the case you want, you need not go so far. We are currently investigating reports of individuals masquerading as Knights of the Heavens Ward. These contemptible charlatans are rumored to have tricked several hapless maidens into attending private parties for a small fee, with the promise of enjoying the company of these great sirs. Those who were foolish enough to attend found their experiences to be so traumatizing that they have refused to discuss them in detail. Needless to say, your assistance in this matter would be greatly appreciated. And for it, you shall receive due compensation. Okay, quick BRB again. Chat. Pop.
In the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frog, friggin' frog. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frog, friggin' frog. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap, gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that?
And we are back. Say no more, Inquisitor. Say no more. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, am well versed in the ways of the fairer sex. I... Since when? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Mother dearest, I was under the impression you had departed for Ul'dah. And leave my beloved boy to keep on playing at being an inspector as well as a father to a bloody mammoth? Bugger that. You're coming home right this instant. How can you say such things? It is my life's calling to be an inspector, and GIGI is my son. He is a Manderville man. Grand as it is to see you, you have come at a most inopportune time. Young women of Ishgard are in need of a champion to defend them from fiends most foul. Come, Nashu, come, GIGI. We shall demonstrate to my mother our peerless investigative skills and bring these criminals to justice. This is going to end horribly. Saul's balls, he's stubborn. Probably gets it from his sorry arse of a father. I trust you lot will help me. I trust you lot will help me to keep him out of trouble. Right then, come along. Well, that could have gone better and worse. Let's not keep them waiting. I am truly outside her grace. My allowance all gone to waste on those I dare not say it. Mayhap those awful rumors are true. Mayhap I must needs accept that he now walks in Halone's halls. Please, do you think you're so foolish to fall for their charade? From what I heard from the others, said knights bore not even the slightest resemblance to the Heavens Ward. As if I had not already memorized every detail of my Sir Adelphel's face. Oh, wherever could he be? I'm not going to say that I may or may not have offed him alongside that annoying space pope. This cannot be confirmed. I demand satisfaction, swift and terrible vengeance. How dare they prey upon a lady's emotions to line their pockets with gil? If Sir Charbert was here, he'd purge a lot of them like the festering sickness they are. Yes, a pity he too remains missing. So very much a pity. Hardly a pity at all. I'm glad I gutted his sorry butt. Papa Hildy, that grandmama over there is staring at us. Now, GIGI, A gentleman must be more careful with his words. First of all, you have only one grandmother. Second, and this is tremendously important, never ever call her that. At least, not yet. Promise? Yes, father, I promise not to call Grandmama Julian Grandmama Julian. Greetings, milady, tips Fedora. Oh, aren't you a charmer? And there I was thinking I might have to rip your bloody head off if you said the G word one more time. Like that, Papa Hildy? Ah, my faithful assistants, have you gleaned any new information? Other than the fact that these women's scorn seem to detest the fake knights with every fiber of their being. These two women are telling me all about what they do if they cornered Sir... Is this the best you can do then? Bloody oaths and girlish fantasies? And you called yourself a Manderville man? I assure you, Mother, we are only just getting started. The tapestry of lies and deception behind which the truth hides is oft unraveled with the tug of a single loose thread. I say, young lady, I would beg but a moment of your time. Somehow I doubt that young lady was targeted by the charlatans we speak. Aye, 'tis true. I too was taken in by the false promises of those awful, awful men. Long have I yearned for a chance to meet Sir Valguine, so when they said I finally could, I didn't hesitate for even a moment. But when they escorted me to the manor and undid the blindfold, and I looked on the hideous faces of the so-called Grand Sirs, I screamed and fled. They were gone when I returned with the watch, but their neighbors said they had overheard them speaking about seeking shelter in a place called Idleshire. I know it's not much, but I pray this information helps you in your search. Well, I've been there before. My lady, I swear to you here and now, I, Hildibrand, Agent of Enquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, shall not rest until these dastardly fiends are punished for their foul crimes. Oh, I'm having a hard time speaking today. Huzzah! 3 cheers for Papa Hildy. Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray. And there you have it. Our quarry can be found in Idleshire. Come, my loyal assistants, justice waits for no gentleman. That's all well and good, but I've never heard of this Idleshire. Have you? You mean we're to travel to the Dravanian hinterlands? Right now? Just like that? Yep. Without hesitation. Truly, this magnificent settlement is a testament to the hard work and camaraderie of her Uplander and Gobby citizens. Yes, well, I'm just glad we're no longer being pursued by fire-breathing dragons, musket-wielding crabs, and bomb-throwing goblins. You know, the other ones. They were no match for Lady Julian and that pan of hers, am I right? I want to see her make the bad gobbies fly again. God's sake, Hildy. Except in Pennifer, this lot'd be dead in a ditch somewhere if it weren't for me. Nonsense. I would never let any harm come to my loyal assistant or my beloved son. If I may interject. Now then, let us split up and question the good people of Idleshire. A keen inspector's sense tells me that one of them has knowledge of the false knights we seek. Yes, loud jocks knows of grandsires. Sneaky uplanders keep to selves, mingle not with Gobbyflock, but each to own, loud jock says, no questions, only jingly shine. Okay, so those chumps are here. Good. Oh, you must be talking about them grandsires. They drifted into Idleshire some time ago, as I recall. Pay visits to the Great Library, though I couldn't tell you why. Oh, I know all about the grandsires. They keep to themselves in that building of theirs south of the round spot. You'd best watch out, though. They're a dangerous bunch, liable to kill you flicking out them cockeyed. It's entirely possible that I've gone completely and utterly mad, but... Are you, perchance, the long-lost twin sister of an Ishgardian noblewoman? But look behind you are the three-headed Gubu. Why do I feel like I've not seen the last of that old woman? Okay, this guy's name is Sneaky. I like that. Silly. If only we had the testimony of a concerned citizen which could conveniently direct us to the villain's precise location. Grandsires are holed up in a building to the south of the markets. Good show, Pennifer. There, that's the one. Come, let's inform the others. It would seem that no one is home. There is naught we can do but wait then. Papa Hildy, I just want to say that I really like this place. I think that you and me and Mama Nashu could have lots of exciting adventures if we stay here. You may be right, GIGI. This community seems to have fostered an enlightened, free society, welcoming of honest souls willing to work and contribute to the greater whole. Did anyone happen to see a gazebo on the way in? Oh my god, are you still on the gazebo? As I live in Hildibrand, Heliodor, Maximilian Manderville. Could that be... I say, could that be Slowfix Quintos? Do you know this Gobby, Inspector? I most certainly do. Why, Master Slowfix was my very first employer. When traveling through Xanaland long ago, Gobbyflock was waylaid by Uplander bandits. With no jingly shine to pay brass blades, we had no way to backtake goods. Until we make a busy deal with Gentleman Uplander, that is. With fastness, he finds Uplander bandits and brings much bangy boom, and returns to Goodly Gobby's missing goods in great justice. Henceforth, Slowfix gains new appreciation for Uplanders. But for chance encounter with Gentleman Uplander, he never conceives of egalitarian utopia. One may even claim Hildy a founding father of Idleshire with metaphorical tongue flaps, that is. Oh, the memories. It was a near thing, for the bandits were clever enough to see them my ingenious disguise as an innocent milkmaid. But in my haste to escape, I tripped over a barrel of fire sand and, as they say, boom gobby doom. No busy deals for the wicked. No busy deals indeed. But leaving that delightful anecdote aside, ye gods, Master Slowfix, just looking at what you and your flock have made of these roans is making me big eyes. Gobby flock has come a long way since wandering days, but we have not forgotten Gentleman Uplander's kindness. Slowfix is here to offer hand lending. Well, far be it from me to refuse. My son GIGI has grown quite fond of your magnificent city, and so I should like to stay here with him and my assistant for a time. We would not require much in the way of accommodations. A humble gazebo, for example, would more than suffice. Why settle for gazebo when perfectly good estate right behind you? Residents of buildings in arrears, and Slowfix happy to evict them. But we were pursuing the fiends who lived here on suspicion of defrauding a young woman. Fraud? In Slowfix's egalitarian utopia? This he will not abide. All the more reason to let Gentleman Uplander and his flock stay instead of grandsires. No need for jingly shine either. Man, I love the goblins so much. Huzzah, a giant gazebo to call our own. I do not know what to say. Thank you, Master Slowfix. Thank you. No need for teary-eyed tongue flaps. Gobby Flock is possessed of moral obligation to repay Gentleman Uplander for past generosity. Enjoy new gazebo and good luck with hunt for grandsires. Papa Holdy, since this is our gazebo, is it okay if I draw our family crest on it? I can think of no better way to celebrate this joyous occasion, and perhaps draw the ire of our new home's former tenants. Come, let us go and purchase some paints together. This gazebo shall be your canvas. Now if he's gone and gotten himself a sodden gazebo, bloody hell. If he really thinks I'm going to let him keep on playing at being a father. Well, this is kind of quiet. I can take another bite of food. Still no sign of the notorious grandsires. I dare say we're going to need more paint. let's see. It is 6:34. We have plenty of time, all night to go, but we have 3 quests left, so it's not going to take us forever. Nice, quick and easy 3 quests. Because honestly, these quests have been going pretty quickly. I was expecting them to take longer, but they're not, and I'm thankful it's not taking forever. Don't trust anyone over 60. I suppose that's a device of some sort. Which, as it pains me to admit it, a gentleman's stamina is not without limits. I dare say I could do with a spot of tea. Hey, Inspector, is it just me, or have those two been looking at us for the past few minutes? Oh, 'tis quite normal behavior for my adoring fans, I should think. And finally presented with an opportunity to meet their idol in the flesh, all too many succumb to their fear and flee. Or maybe, just maybe, they're the grand bloody sirs. Come on, they're getting away. Yeah, they look like people that are just pretending to be the Heaven's Ward. I still remember the Heaven's Ward. Remember those chumps, those clowns, those utter buffoons. Okay, south side. Oh, hi, GIGI. Mm-hmm. Hearken to me, you dastardly rapscallions. You have nowhere to run. Reveal yourselves at once. I shall not ask you again. Come forth, grandsires, and name yourselves and answer for your misdeeds. Oh my god, these guys are ancient. Holy crap. Why does the one on the right look like a really old Alphino? Slayer of 1,000 worms, the silver sphere which hath pierced the very heavens, or land. Master of magic's ancient and awesome, the divine hand which hath defeated all maladies save senescence in incontinence. Oh, lovely. Gaunt's part. Grandsires, Excelsior. I don't know whether to laugh or to cry, mayhap both. Grandsires, Grandsirs, you stand accused of willfully and unlawfully convincing young maidens of Ishgard to attend private parties under false pretenses, thereby inflicting upon them terrible financial and emotional distress. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Enquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, am come on behalf of these poor, defenseless innocents and to see that no others are made to suffer as they did. Now, lay down your arms and surrender yourselves into my custody. Ha! The audacity of this boy. You should feel ashamed of your words and deeds. Fancy. You will rue this day and rue it hard. Gods, how I've missed this. The air streaming past, the blood pumping, the taste of copper on my lips, the slight dizziness. It was on a day like this that we met, wasn't it? And when we soared into those azure skies, we never truly came back down. Do mine eyes deceive? Pig's knee of my heart, descended from Halone's halls to guide me to her bosom? My beloved, my everything, long have I waited for this moment. Take me in your arms once more and lift me higher, higher, higher. Higher, higher, higher. Oh my god, the old man died. Oh my god, what the fuck? Or he's at least cratered into the ground. Probably is dead. I don't think he has a dense enough head to survive. Alas, poor Orland. I knew him not in the slightest, but he seemed a decent man, chicanery and attempted murder notwithstanding. Oh lordy. Well, there goes his spear. And there goes he. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Wait, I've seen this before, all too recently. Yes, anyway. He's only mostly dead. If the Master of Magic's ancient and awesome here acts with all haste, the man may yet be saved. Might as well try something. Oh, you are referring to me. I see, I see. With all haste, was it? Yes, yes, I'll get right on that. These guys are idiots. O mournful voice of creation, send unto me a creature of the abyss, my thrall to command, that I may smite. No, wait, that's no good. Let me see. Something of a rather less controversial tradition, yes. Something with more pep, a vortex of biting winds to rend the flesh. and smite my foes. No, you just spun him in a circle. Foes? I thought you were friends. Oh my god. And he's still alive. Saint Rene, bugger me with the bleeding gay bulg. My back. My back. It would seem I've underestimated you lot. That makes two of us. Enough. Leave them be, or do you not care what becomes of the mammoth? GG, but when? How? Oh, she's an old fart too. I thought I recognized you. First in Ishgard, then in Adalshire. You've been following us since we left the capital. Bearer of faces fair and fearsome, the midnight shadow with half-deceived kings and queens. Doris. What kind of fearsome name is Doris? You can't possibly have been so naive as to think we'd not see through your ridiculous disguises. And yet here you are, so effortlessly and easily lured into our trap, for which we are most grateful, mine. My companions are hardly cut out for life on the road. All has been in preparation for this moment. The parties, the petty schemes, from the first, the objective of this grand design has been this singular mammoth. I swear to you, if you harm Gigi in any way, we have no desire to hurt the boy. We but require his help to reclaim that which is rightfully ours, our youth. Confound it, I can't see. Damn it, they're very slowly getting away. That's about as much as I expected. GG. Stay strong, my son. I swear I shall find you. I mean, they're literally really slowly walking away. I could just jog over there and smack them a little. I wouldn't be out of breath. I could just walk over there. I don't even have to jog. I could walk. 12, strike me down for a fool. So desperate was I to seize the grand sirs that I failed to discern their true intent before it was too late. And now poor Gigi is in their clutches. What if I never see my beloved son again? I suppose we ought to be prepared for the worst. They could be halfway to Rod's at Han by now. I very much doubt that, given that they were moving at an adamantoise's pace. The little milksop's right. Let's get after the old buggers. Huh. That's what my mentor used to call me, among other things. Oh, the memories. Yeah, they're literally not that far away. They're slow as crap. Okay, but where is he? In a bush. So it seems that the Grand Sirs have been caught once more by the very inspector that was trying to catch them. I mean, they're old. They have to stop and take a breather. How ironic. Also, how premature. We have them, yes, but they still have GIGI. Damn it. If only some manner of opportunity would present itself. Ask and ye shall receive. We can ambush that wizened dragoon, take him hostage, and demand an exchange. Inquisitor, sir, you disappoint me. A gentleman cannot condone the violent kidnapping and ransom of his elders. No, no, we shall approach this problem as paragons of honor and virtue. Panafert will stalk and subdue the Grand Sir, then relieve him of his armor. How was stripping an old man naked more gentlemanly than taking him hostage? Rest assured, my god. Why do I have to follow an old man and get him naked? I don't want to. Can I do literally anything else? Because this is really weird. Of all the things I've been asked to do in a video game, following an old man and stripping him naked is by far the weirdest. And I've done a lot of weird things in games. Ah, I knew you'd. Wait, who are you again? There's something awfully familiar about those muscular forearms, those strong yet tender-looking fingers. I say, would you be so kind as to massage my shoulders, young lady? There's this lingering ache, this tension that Gonspart can't seem to soothe with his magics. Remove my breastplate? Oh, of course, how silly of me. Pray lend me a hand with the straps. Okay, I mean, he's willingly giving me his armor. Truly, young lady, you are a saint. He's willingly stripping naked. I swear, it's the little things you begin to appreciate. My dear departed wife used to help me with my armor, you know. Right, right. I should be seated to better receive your tender ministrations. Honestly, massaging an old man is better than massaging that freaking Hildibrand. Ah, the healing tingle. Would that I had a tincture of salamander with which to treat these aches. My little pigs they used to spread some on my chest and under my nose to help me sleep through the night. Come, do not be shy. Work those soothing fingers and eat into each and every knot. Slowly, make me forget my troubles. Harder, harder, higher, higher. Close your eyes and dream. He's falling asleep, okay. The old dragoon's soft snoring suddenly stops, and you begin to fear you may have borne witness to his final moments. Leaning closer, you extend a hesitant finger, only to stop short when a sudden spasm signals the resumption of his labored breathing. Okay. With the utmost care, you remove Orland's sabatons and breeches, leaving the sleeping old man exposed to the elements and at the mercy of the nearby ravenous bears and tentacled morgels. May he rest in peace. Okay. Again, weird. I've done a lot of weird things in games, and that's the weirdest by far. up there with massaging Hildibrand for no reason. Ah, my stalwart assistant. By your return, I gather you've taken care of the dragoon. And by taking care, I mean afford him all due courtesy as befitting a man of his years, whilst returning with the equipment I require. Capital. And without further ado, I shall disguise myself as Orland and free Gigi from captivity. But you two look nothing alike. They may be old and slow, but they're not blind. O ye of little faith, you are in for a treat. For you shall have a front row seat to this magnificent display of Mandervillian's guile and subterfuge. Hey, is it time for dinner yet? We just ate, you daft bugger. And where in the hell is Orland? I know he's got to take a piss every hour. Damn it, he could at least be quick about it. God, I can't imagine having a bladder so small I have to piss every hour. And I mean, I do gotta piss fairly often, but not that often, honestly. Greetings, fellow antediluvians. I have returned. My god, that old man does not pose like that. You're so unbelievably stupid. Oh, bollocks. Yeah, I know. It's about time. Okay, no, that's bollocks. Pack up your things. I want us back on the road in 10 minutes. Before we do that, we must first release young Gigi here. 'Tis behavior unbecoming a gentleman to keep children in cages. Lizard. Howdy, howdy, gigantic orange. Welcome, welcome. What in the seven hells are you blathering about? He's going to get away. No, he will not. See? Still here within my care. Right then. On a completely unrelated note, I shall now take the boy with me on a brief sojourn into the wilderness. Fury, take me. It's working. He's about to walk out of there with Gigi and they won't even try to stop him. So far, so good. Except this guy's coming back. Brrr, I'm cold, and there were more wolves after me. I'm me, but you're also me, but that can't be unless... This is it. This is the moment when my life flashes before my eyes. Oh, my dearest pig's knee, we'll be together at last. Oh my god, these old people are insane. Ow. Imposter! How dare you attempt to trick me with a ruse so hackneyed it would make a minstrel blush? These old people are insane. Ye gods, I never realized dying would hurt so much. Now's our chance, Gigi. Come with me. Vivi, wait. Eh? My son, what's gotten into you? Vivi. Vivi? Where have I heard that name before? Remember who you are, Vivi, what you are. A creation of the great Charlian Archmagus, Quan. Quan. I was given life by Grandpapa Quan. I remember now. We lived together, and he taught me many things about the outside world. What exactly do you remember, my son? Everything. Yes, everything. I remember that Grandpapa Quan created me, that he took care of me, raised me, and that we were very happy. But then he abandoned me. Grandpapa Quan abandoned me. He believed you were flawed, Vivi, that you lacked the power to turn back the hands of time and make him young again. And so, in his ignorance, he cast you out and died all alone. To turn back the hands of time? Then what we witnessed in the Crozier, with the Duke's priceless vase, that power could be brought to bear on people? But wait, how do you know all of this? You couldn't have possibly been associates of this Archmagus Quan. He found his journals during one of our many trips into the Great Library. Scavenging for valuable relics is one of the few ways we have left to make a living. We were famed heroes of the war in our prime, with fortunes to match, but no soldier has the strength to triumph over time, and before we knew it, the hour of the sheath was upon us. Ishgard no longer had need of our services. So we came here to eke out a living, to keep doing what we do best until our bodies wouldn't let us. Imagine our surprise when we stumbled upon the opportunity of a lifetime. A second lifetime, as it were. A mammoth with the power to take that which was broken and restore it to its prime state. To turn back time with its temporal magics and give us back our misspent youth. Fury take me. This is also... I don't even know if it's a precedent to determine whether or not this constitutes a heresy. We knew where to look even. With the journals, we determined that the mammoth was somewhere in the Western Highlands. A chance for a second chance was within reach, and then we were forced to watch as you imbeciles pulled Vivi from the snow, nearly ruining everything. Vivi, listen to me. Come with us, and we can help you to unlock your true potential. Just think what you could accomplish were you to master your magics. Not only could you make us young again, but you may even have the power to restore life to Archmagus Quan. Vivi. Impossible. No magic can truly return the dead to us. At best, you can animate a corpse, and I need not review the precepts to declare that the products of necromancy are abominations in the eyes of the Fury. Gigi, wait! What of our adventures? What of our gazebo? You are a Manderville mammoth. You have always been so kind to me, Papa Hildy, and I will forever be grateful for that. But Grandpapa Quan made me. He made me and I miss him, so even if it fails, I have to try. Ah. What are you doing? They're getting away. We have to stop them. We must respect Gigi's decision. That's the end of that chapter, eh? You're giving up and coming back home? I too made a decision long ago to become a traveling inspector, and I have ever stood by it. Mayhap it is from this singular stubbornness of mine that Gigi took inspiration. Nay, I cannot abide it. He is my flesh and blood, my son. I dare not let him use his temporal magics to pervert the natural order. Aye, it falls to me, his father, to ensure that Gigi keeps to the righteous path and only utilizes traditional methods of zombification to raise the dead. Okay, we're getting back into the stupidity, I see. Inquisitor Seer, I must applaud your dedication to your work and cannot thank you enough for all you have done on our behalf. Yet I fear if we continue as we are, Gigi may be driven to rash action. Therefore, I would ask that you suspend your pursuit of the Grand Seers for a time, that I might be afforded the opportunity to convince my son to return peacefully. Well, seeing as how we can only guess at the full extent of Gigi's powers, it might prove dangerous to act aggressively should he choose to use them. I knew you would understand. Right then. There is no time to waste. Nashu, let us retire to our new gazebo and discuss our plans. Okay, we should turn in soon, and then we have 2 quests. I suppose it'd have been a shame it had you given up that easily, so that means I'll have to stick around even longer. On the other hand, if that bloody mammoth's really got the power to make them young again, then... I like Mrs. Hildibrand. She's lovely. I said I'd suspend my pursuit, and I will, but that doesn't mean I won't continue my investigation into that mammoth and its powers in Ishgard. Okay, we're going back to Ishgard. And then we can pick up the next quest of the last 2. And these last 2 quests will be our end for the stream, because we are close to 5 hours, and... honestly, if we get to 5.5 hours, that's not a bad stream. Nice, cozy, quick. Well, not quick. I would have certainly had this done had I had a chance to start streaming earlier in the day, but it is fine. We are finishing what we had intended, and that'll leave us with a set goals for next week. I see you saw fit to return to the capital as well. The Inquisition has a rather large collection of heretical tomes, including many of Charlayan origin, and I had a mind to scour them for information on temporal magics. This is, of course, all for the sake of confirming the mammoth's heretical origins. Yes, only that. Why are you looking at me like that, as if to imply that my interest in these matters is more than a professional one? I'm sure I don't know what you're not talking about. Thank you, Pennifer, that will be all. Mm-hmm. I will get a new drink and next ad break, which should be in 10 minutes roughly. Let us begin the next of the final two quests for today. We need to speak, Pennifer. I've been scouring the archives for any information regarding temporal magic since we spoke, and the results have been rather troubling to say the least. As you may or may not be aware, ancient Allag is portrayed in the Enchiridion as a cautionary tale, a great empire brought low by its vanity and hubris. However, there are certain apocryphal texts in which the Allegans are cast in a more sympathetic light, if not outright exalted. 'Twas in these texts that I found references to temporal magics once wielded by Allagan mages. Said magics could be used to halt or even reverse the temporal state of a given object. If these accounts are to be believed, and if GIGI's abilities and these magics are one and the same, then it may well be possible for him to turn back the hands of time for the Grand Sirs much as he restored the Duke's priceless vase. That being said, there is no telling how this will work with regards to a living being. Consider, if you will, that the vase was filled with water when it shattered. Even if the vessel were restored, what would become of its former contents? Would it be filled with water as before, the very same, every drop returned, or would it be different water? Or would the water, once split, be forever lost? I speak of the soul, my friend, for even if one could use these magics to restore the dead to life, would they be as they were before, with all the same thoughts, the memories, and feelings? The Grand Sirs are convinced that they can regain their lost youth, and mayhap they can, but the dead who have entered into Halone's halls cannot return. They cannot. Yet GIGI is nevertheless resolved to try and resurrect Archmagus Quan. Speaking of which, according to some Charlene text in the archives, Archmagus Quan was an accomplished scholar known for his study of ancient Allagan magics. Further evidence that GIGI's abilities are likely derived from ancient traditions, I suppose. But more importantly, I learned the location of the Archmagus's former residence. Mayhap we could find something of interest there, something which could help us to persuade GIGI to change his course. I had a mind to summon Inspector Hildibrand and make the journey there together. Would you be willing to join us? Excellent, then let us be about our business. I saw you, heretic. I beg your pardon, are you accusing me of being a heretic? Yes, you, Inquisitor Sir. I saw you sneak into the archives and seek out the forbidden tomes. Saw the mad light in your eyes as you partook of their forbidden knowledge. Oh, for the love of... I did all of that for my investigation. Aha, you admit your crimes, that you did secretly, without permission, in blatant contravention of our rules, read forbidden tomes. Then, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Supreme Sacred Tribunal of Hellenic Inquisitory Doctrine, you stupid, ignorant... Are you also desperate to keep your goddamn jobs that you'll go around accusing all the world and his wife of heresy? Is that what we've been reduced to? I'm sick and tired of looking for heretics in every bloody shadow, but trying to guess the secret sins of everyone I meet. It's stupid and pointless, and we're better than that, damn it, we're better than that. If you will not surrender yourself, then I have no choice but to inform my superiors. Okay, Sergeant Stutter. Well, that all came tumbling out, didn't it? I suppose there's no point in trying to convince myself that I have no personal investment in this matter, or that I still have a professional one. Somewhere along the way I stopped looking for the guilty and started looking for the truth, perhaps, and a way to help those in need. That's the spirit. But there's no place for people like that in the Inquisition, is there? And it's only a matter of time before that stuttering fool comes back with an armed guard. Let us depart for Idleshire at once. We need to find the inspector. Like, not to make fun of people with speech impediments, but as somebody with 2 speech impediments, they don't get out of control like that. Even when I'm nervous, I'm not like stuttering or getting lispy or anything. Like, I've learned to control my lisp if I just focus, and usually it's easy to focus. The other one, mispronouncing R sounds, is not so easy. But I suppose it does sound cute in a way, pronouncing things like roof as wolf instead. Even if it is wholly unintentional. I really don't want to see another speech therapist. They're annoying. I know they'd help, but they're annoying to just interact with, and speech therapy is annoying. I'd rather sit through the worst regular therapy session than even considering speech therapy again. It would seem we arrived too late. Inspector Hildibrand has already gone off on his own to confront the Grandsers. They came back briefly to trade jingly shine for supplies and whatnot, you see, and the Gobby's ear caught them trading tongue flaps about killing dragons in the Forelands. When the inspector learned about it later, he said he had to get after them right away and backtake GIGI. He said he had a duty, not as an inspector, but as a father. Bugger that. He's got no obligations to a bloody mammoth, especially one that chose to leave of its own free will, as I recall. I swear, I turn my back on the boy for 1 bleeding second, and he loses his goddamned mind. Honestly, I don't think he's ever had his mind. I'm afraid he might try to do something reckless. Don't you think we should try and find him and offer hand lending? Why are you speaking like the goblins? I am rather more concerned about what will happen if the Grandsers attack, or worse, kill any of Hreisfelger's brood. But first things first, I suppose. Pennifer, would you be so kind as to assist Mistresses Nashu and Julian in their search for the inspector? I will pay a visit to Archmagus Quan's abandoned abode in the meantime. Oh, and before you think to refuse, know that you need not fear for my safety. Let us just say that our singular experiences together have inured me to the harsh realities of, well, reality. Huh. Could it be the scrawny little shites finally found his spine? Let's start by heading to Tailfeather. I reckon the inspector probably went there first to ask after the Grandsers. So if we do the same, we're sure to catch up with him eventually. Oh, don't tell me this is going to take me all around Heavensward, isn't it? Something tells me this is going to take me to every zone of Heavensward, and if I have to go to the Cloudy Skies, whatever, I forget its name, I'm going to be annoyed. But I digress. We will finish this quest, we will finish the next one, that'll be stream, and we can raid out, and I can get some... I can just finish off the rest of my food and take my meds. Because it normally is time to take meds, but I can wait a little bit longer. Got them in front of me at the very least, which helps. So that I don't forget, because I have been known to forget a great many things, including to take something that I had sitting in front of me. Right then, I say we split up and make inquiries separately. If you learn anything about the Inspector or the Grand Sirs or GIGI, come and tell me. Okay, 3 people. Ad starts in about a minute, so we can just talk to these people and then get up and grab a drink. The Ish Guardians with the Mammon, they were here, yeah, proclaiming to all and sundry that they were going to slay the greatest dragon of them all. The gods only know what the naive fools were serious. Oh, lovely. That's kind of extremely stupid of them, honestly. Three dragon slayers and a mammon, eh? I'd call you a mummer if I hadn't seen them come through earlier boasting about how they were off to kill the biggest one yet. Okay, ad break starts shortly. We'll go to this next person and then talk and then drink. Oh, those daft sods. They were for Annex Shrine. Not quite sure what their intentions were, but they were awfully confident, that much I recall. Okay, time for another quick BRB chatterino.
In the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that?
I see. So the Grand Sirs were headed for Annex Shrine. And my dear boy wasn't far behind them either. What are we waiting for? Let's go, let's go. Okay, really, these old farts had better not try to mess with the dragons, because it's not going to end well at all. Also, man, looking over at my model in OBS, I'm so happy that I managed to make my 3D model look 2D. Like with the shaders and how I have the camera adjusted, it looks so nice. Oh, this old fart is stuck in the ground again. Would you look at that? The inspector sure gave him what for. That may be, but where'd the others you get to? Not to mention the mammoth. Why don't we pull him out and ask? Though having said that, it looks easier said than done. Oh, how silly of me. I'm sure you got more than enough strength to yank him free, right, Pennifer? Okay, first of 2 quests turning in. Let's go, baby. We're making good progress. Oh no, that was Hildibrand. Well, I'll be. He's wearing some sort of magic mask. What makes him look like just like the inspector, just like that man of 1,000 faces back on Ul'dah. No, that's Hildibrand, alright. There's no fool in a mother's eyes. I say, what trouble has my beloved son gotten himself into this time? Ayo, Godbert? Godbert! Let's go! We love Godbert. Why hello there, Lord Godbert and Inspector Sear. How did you two end up traveling together? Blind fortune, you might say. I was too far from Tailfeather when night began to fall, but fortunately, Lord Godbert chanced to find me wandering in the wilderness. Lord Edmont told me all about his recent trouble with the Grand Sirs, as well as Hildy's investigation, and a father cannot help but take an interest in his son's affairs, can he? As for me, I was eager to share with you my latest findings, namely Archmagus Quan's research notes. I haven't slept like that since I was buried in the Lich Yard. Well, I must confess no small measure of embarrassment to be found in such a state, having been so unceremoniously disposed of by the Grand Sirs. But ignominy notwithstanding, I am most grateful for your succor, and pleasantly surprised to be reunited with you all. This wouldn't have happened had you waited for us instead of... Wait, why in the hell are you still wearing that rubbish? An impenetrable disguise is essential when consorting with the criminal elements. Alas, it would seem the Grand Sirs have grown more perceptive in their newfound youth. Wait, do you mean they've already regained their youth? What about GIGI? Did you see him? Was he behaving strangely? Now that you mention it, his warm, soulful eyes were rather more pointy than I remember. By the Fury, not pointy. According to Archmagus Quan's notes, that's a sign GIGI's using too much magic. If he carries on like this, his aether will be expended and he'll end up not more than an empty husk. This is terrible news. We must catch up to the Grand Sirs at once. Do you know where they were headed? All I heard was they were keen to slay dragons. They were bound for the Churning Mists, a place called Zenith, to kill a great worm named... Nidhogg's already dead. I killed Nidhogg. Really? That all happened? Huh. Ahem, I meant the other one, Hraesvelgr. It was like, I killed Nidhogg already. It was... Actually, I killed him twice. I killed him for realsies, then his spirit took over Estinian, and then I put him out of his misery. Well, I put Nidhogg's spirit out of its misery and saved Estinian. Hraesvelgr? Fury take me. What could they possibly hope to achieve? Their swift and utter demise? Because that's all that's going to happen if these three old farts try to take on Hraesvelgr. Like, literally, that's literally all that's gonna happen. I, Hildibrand, agent of Inquiry, blah 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 blah, do hereby ask you all to aid me in rescuing my son and putting a stop to the Grand Sir's machinations. You know, there's really no need for all that. We came because we wanted to help. I, Nashu, faithful assistant, maker of explosives extraordinaire, do hereby present to you this fresh change of clothing. I, Penny, big sister and certified race face, am exasperated by all of this nonsense, as always. Capital, I knew I could count on you, Nashu. I shall change en route. Come, my friends, to Zenith and to GIGI. I'm just gonna fast travel because I don't want to fly all the way up there just to get to Zenith. Fast travel's quick. And yeah, I don't think this quest is going to take too long. And thankfully we do have flying here in the churning mists. Oh, I didn't even need to mount up or here. Make ready, my friends. The final battle with the Grand Sirs is at hand. Twould seem my wounds were more serious than I thought. I fear I am in no condition to confront our foes. There is but one thing that could restore me to my former indomitable self. Don't you worry, I've got some salamander oil right here. Shall Mummy give her baby boy a massage? Oh, my dearest Mummy, mother dearest, I would not impose upon you. Oh, God, no, please. My dear wife, I know you mean well, but let Penner please, no, please. No, I don't want to do this. Anything but this. Theirs is a bond which transcends time and space. Absolutely not, it doesn't. It does not transcend personal boundaries. In fact, I might mess up something and I'm gonna get bonked in the face by a frying pan and it's gonna hurt. And I don't want that. That'll mess up my braces, and that'd be a problem. Let us brook no further delay. Come, my friend, coat my body in oil as you have done many Okay, I don't have a disgust emote. Cringe. Why do you hesitate? Don't say oil me up, woman. Oh, how it soothes my aches and pains. Quickly now, knead it into my flesh. Knead it you've never kneaded before. Such furious kneading. I applaud your enthusiasm, but mayhap I urge you to excessive force. Yeah, well, that's what you're gonna get. Ha. Nay, you were in the right. Already, the gentle warmth begins to spread throughout my body. The fires of righteousness burn anew in my breast. I don't want to know what is burning in your breast. Hold, my son. Though your passion is renewed, you may yet be spurred to greater feats of Mandervillian strength. Derived from the purest essence of salamanders, the ancient legacy of House Manderville, Salamanderville. To you, my beloved son, now become a proud father, I bequeath this most sacred of oils. Salamanderville? Could it be that the legends were true? Your muscles shall shine with the brilliance of 1,000 suns. No mortal man will have the power to do you harm. Verily it is so, for by its grace did I once weather the slings and arrows of a bandit horde and bring my hammer of justice to bear upon their wicked heads. The time has come, Pannifer. Take this oil and help Hildy become the mandeville man he was meant to be. Can I not? I'm not gonna get a choice in this. Oh, the Salamanderville, how it flows into every nook and cranny. Quickly now, lay your hands upon me, massage me with all your might. I'm gonna have to wash my hands for a month straight and it's not gonna get them clean enough. Yes, yes, that's the spirit. I could feel it building and rising. Rising. I'm gonna have them wash my hands for a year straight and it's still probably not gonna be clean enough. Such passion, such fervor. I am the inferno unbound, the tempest unleashed, but I have not yet begun to pose. This is suffering. In fact, I would say this is suffering. I'm a Manderville man. That Salamanderville is my word. I have never felt so alive. Such vibrant colors, such intense sounds, such fragrant smells. Father, Pannifer, 'twas your oils and your strong yet tender fingers which opened my eyes to the glory of creation. I am a gentleman inspector reborn. Onward to zenith, no matter the laws of nature they pervert or the limits they break, the Grand Sirs can do naught to stop me. I'm looking straight at you, chat. This is insane. This is pure insanity. So if the Grand Sirs are young again, let's see how they look. I'm sure this is going to be extra absurd. Oh no, they're actually hot. Especially her. Grand Sirs, I have come for my son. Oh, must we do this now? We have a dragon to slay. There is no need for any of this. The war is over. But not for long. The worm's death will give rise to a new era of fire and blood, and we, having consumed his eyes, will use our new powers to win untold glory on the battlefield. Our legends will echo in eternity. You would doom countless innocents for glory? No, I won't allow it over my dead body. Far be it from us to deny you then. This is the end for you. The ultimate end. Well, Hildy, what are you gonna do? You're in the middle of it. Well, his outfit's getting ruined, as usual. This man can't spend 5 minutes without becoming partially naked. Well, that's bad expected. Have faith, my love, he is our son. He's also a colossal idiot. Gigi, my beautiful boy, pray do not look on me with such pointy eyes. Let Papa Hildy take you home to our gazebo. Stop calling me that. My name is Vivi. Vivi. I remember everything. My powers, my purpose, my grandpapa Quan. I made them young again, but it's not enough. I need more. More. I need the worm's eyes, and then I can finally bring him back. I'm sorry, Gigi, but no, you cannot. Grandpapa Quan is gone. He's right, Gigi. Mayhap you could restore his corporeal form and breathe life into it, but his soul, what made him your grandpapa, is forever beyond your reach. That's not true. I can restore anything to its ideal form, to the way it should be, even Grandpapa Quan, even you, Papa Hildy. Please, Gigi, you have to stop. If you keep using your power, you'll die. I don't understand. Your clothes are still dirty and tattered. As they should be, Gigi. For my every waking moment is as the gods intended. Every day I live life to the fullest. Every day I enjoy grand adventures. I found your grandpapa's research notes. What he gave you wasn't the power to make things the way they were. He gave you the power to change the world, to make things the way you yourself believed they should be. That's why your magics have no effect on the Inspector, because you know in your heart that this battered and bruised form of his is, in its own way, right. My thoughts exactly, Inquisitor Seer. And it is for this self-same reason that you were unable to make Grandmaster Quan younger. In your heart, you knew that there was naught that needed to be changed. Your beloved grandpapa was exactly as he should be. Your every day was to be treasured and worthy of a celebration. Then what about the Grand Sirs? Why was I able to make them young again? All you truly knew of them were the stories they told, wondrous tales of daring do by heroes in the prime of their lives. It's no wonder you were able to envision them as such. That's all they ever talked about, when they were young and free and full of fire. At first, Archmagus Quan didn't understand the true nature of your abilities. He struggled to deduce why you could not make him younger as he originally intended. Eventually, he realized that your fond memories of him were preventing you from conceiving of him as anything but an elderly creator, and that the only way to achieve his goal would be to take them from you. But you were all he had left in the world, no longer a mere mammoth, but a friend, family, his only family, his grandson. He couldn't bear to lose you, so he renounced his quest for immortality. But I still lost my memories in the end. He was afraid of leaving you all alone in the world, afraid that others would attempt to take advantage of you and your magics. So before he died, he decided to take your memories from you after all, to protect you. But despite his best efforts, something remained. Something stronger and more powerful and more resilient than anything Archmagus Quan ever dared dream. You were never broken, GIGI. You were never abandoned. All he wanted was to set you free. Free to do what? Whatever you like, GIGI. Don't you see? That was his final gift to you. A new life, a new story all your own. This has all been very, very touching, but we're not getting any younger. Well, you aren't at any rate. We have suffered your meddling long enough. I had intended to use this trap to kill the worm, but since you were so perfectly positioned... all you're going to do is make him mad, and Hraesvelger's gonna come down and he's gonna kick your butts. Because you're fools. Hooray. But also, we're kind of getting squished. Ooh, what's this? I am Vivi, grandson of Archmagus Quan, and GIGI, son of Hildibrand, Heliodor Maximilian Mandrivo. That went by really fast. And this is my story. Womp womp. Get wrecked, old people. You're back to being old again. This is what you get for trying to cause problems. Oh, she looks angry. It's like it never happened. With the last of his strength, he turned back the hands of time. Not just for the pillars, but for us all. He made us all as we once were, as we were meant to be. After all that gallivanted about, I get bugger all. What about my misspent youth? I was not meant to be this bloody old. Ha ha ha. Such a fine day. Never have I squatted with such perfect form. I may well have reached my physical peak. What rot. Act your age, you death sod. You look foolish. You should be grateful. Gigi saw what you had become and gave you a second chance. That was our second chance to relive our glory days. It was all rather silly, though, wasn't it? Maybe Quan had the right of it. Maybe it's not so bad growing old. I was a coward when I was young, but now that I'm old, I'm not afraid to say things like, I love you, Doris. Aww. You're a blind, bloody fool, Gonspart. I say, am I dead again? No. Quite alive, Inspector, along with everyone else, thanks to Gigi. The Grand Sirs are also in our custody. Ha ha ha. That's my boy. Where is the little tyke anyway? GIGI, I didn't mean to skip that. GIGI, GIGI embarked on a grand new adventure. He's no longer with us. I see. If that's what he wanted, then I could not be happier for him. I'm sure Archimagus Quan would feel the same way. What do we do now, Inspector? Is it not obvious, Nashu? The wide, wide world beckons to us, with the promise of mystery and wonder. We shall resume our never-ending quest for cases perplexing and profound, and perhaps, one day, we shall meet young GIGI again. I hate to admit it, but this whole mess got me thinking that maybe it wouldn't be so bad if I really did have a grandson. You did right by GIGI, Hildy. Your father and I can see that. We're proud of the man you've become. And I am proud of you too, Mother, for finally coming to terms with the ephemeral nature of physical beauty and allowing yourself to age gracefully. Gracefully, was it? Oh god. I fear we may have had a failure to communicate. And there he goes. Off into the distance. There he goes again. Wait for me, Inspector. Wait. And through the rock. Hark! What is that curious light I spy in the far eastern skies, and this oh-so-familiar scent which fills my nostrils? Do I smell a case? Or be not for me, my friends, for wherever the wronged want for succor, I, Hildibrand, shall be there, till we meet again. Oh boy. So we should be about ready to turn this in. I say, you do know that so long as the core remains intact, little GIGI is not actually dead. That's right, so dry your tears, boy. There's no need for all this moping about. He has fallen into a dormant state because he used up all his aether. His core will gradually recharge as it draws upon the ambient aether, and in time he will awaken from his torpor. I shall tend to the child for now. As for these three, I should be glad to take them back to Ishgard in your stead. A most generous offer, my lord, but hardly necessary. After all, 'tis my duty to bring them to justice. Oh yes, it was my duty. After everything I said to that young Inquisitor, I can't go back to Ishgard. They'll toss me into jail and throw away the key if they don't kill me outright. So go to Idleshire and live in Hilda's gazebo. Someone ought to look after it while he's away, no? That doesn't sound all that bad, actually. Full glad I am to accept your offer. suppose there's nothing for it but to wait until he comes back down. 'Twas a most graceful strike, my love. You haven't lost your touch. Yep, this was insanity. But it was fun. Ah. Suppose there's nothing for it but to leave the grand search to Lord Godbert and for me to see Inspector Hildibrand's gazebo. I'd like to thank you for everything you've done. If you find yourself in Idleshire, come and see me. There are a few arrangements that I need to make, but I can't imagine that it'll take that long for me to settle in. Thank you, my friend, until we meet again. Okay, let's go turn this in, and then we can call stream good for today. But this was fun. We did all of the Heavensward Hildibrand, which was so much progress. This means next stream we can do Stormblood and start on the Endwalker stuff. I know Stormblood Hild is not going to take too long. And Endwalker Hildibrand means we can start the Relic as well. And get a shiny toy. I wager this is going to give us a silly cutscene at the end, like always. Everything's loading in, so we're sliding along the ground. Rain does tend to make things lag a little. Okie dokie, and Seer should spawn in shortly. Here he is. Looking back on the course I've run, it's hard not to think of the man I was and I feel ashamed. Before I took on this case, I had only left the capital a handful of times. The rubbish I believed, the facts I considered unassailable. Fury take me, what a fool I was. If I hadn't met you and the inspector and GIGI, I wouldn't have never realized how much I had come to hate my job. Nor would I have discovered how much more satisfying it is to seek out the truth, the whole truth. One might say that getting labeled a heretic and having to flee Ishgard is the best thing that could have happened to me. After all, now I am free to start a new life here in Idleshire as a consulting inspector. That's the spirit. But enough of that. There is someone I would like you to meet. Lord Godbert made some modifications, as you can see. His smaller size should allow him to absorb Aether more effectively over time. He thought that, if he were to travel with you and share in your grand adventures, that maybe it would hasten his reawakening. Aww, we get a little GG. Yay! Thank you, my friend. I do hope our paths cross again someday. May the Fury bless you and keep you. Hooray. This was a lovely 5 hours, 45 minutes of stream. So we've only been playing game for like maybe 5.5 hours, so 5.5 hours of gameplay. Let's go. It only took 5.5 hours to do the last 5 A Realm Reborn Hildy quests and all of the Heavensward ones. Let's go. Which means I imagine the Stormblood quests won't take all that long either. Okay, for once we don't have a silly ending cutscene, or a cutscene, it's just kind of wholesome. Yeah, get rid of that old crummy book, you don't need that. Aw, GG. Man, it might be worth learning to read Eorzean text so I could understand this. He will return, indeed, indeed. And that is gameplay for today. That was fun. That was silly. That was absurd. I lost a lot of brain cells from all of this, but it was fun. And now we can find someone to raid out to, and I know exactly who to raid out to. So let us skedaddle out of the game and get to our chill chatting scene. Okay, do bop bop dap. Ah, perfect. Now we get up Twitch. TV. Bop. Yeah, that was a fun stream. Less than 6 hours, which is surprising, but no, it was a blast. Hildibrand is insane. So for now, we shall raid out. Let's see. I was gonna raid out to somebody, but I guess I don't have enough viewers to raid out to them, so you know what, that's fine. We don't need to raid today, so I will just leave y'all with a... So yeah, it was a ton of fun, and as always, I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your Sunday, and remember, Big Sis loves you always.